If there is one thing that I feel all of us could agree on is becoming a more and more frequent annoyance of the modern day, it's having our phone numbers flying around online for literally anyone to get. Now don't worry, I'm not about to lecture all of you on yet another VPN. Instead, I simply want to tell you all what I think is a solution to this everyday problem. Cloaked is a consumer-first privacy company, meaning we, the consumers, come first. With Cloaked, you don't need to stress or worry anymore about your personal information, such as your email or phone number, to ever be floating around online again. Actually, you know what? Instead of this very corporate way of saying things, let me give you a better example of how this would actually affect you. So you know those times that you're out shopping and as you're checking out, the little tablet in front of you not only tells you your total, but it also is going to ask for your email and phone number and everything else that claims that you'll save 20% on that body pillow that you're buying that is going to experience things that would make a 4chan moderator shiver in disgust. Well, while Cloaked can't do anything to save your Toji Fushiguro body pillow from a fate worse than death, it can save your private information from getting in the hands of some questionable people. Cloaked allows users to generate instant identities, completely protecting our actual identities. That means all of those sign up and save pop-ups that show up every single time you visit a website can actually be used without having to dread your inbox flooding with pointless emails that you're never actually gonna look at. And if you're on dating apps, you can use Cloak to generate a legit working email and phone number so that way you don't end up being a subject in an upcoming video. And if you're still not convinced, the big brains at Cloaked have actually issued a challenge to everyone. You see this number on the screen right now? That's my number. You can text it right now. In fact, I encourage all of you to do it. Shoot me a text telling me about a case I should look into, ask me a question, or just send me memes. After about a month of this, I will be back with Cloak to show all of you how easy it is to go about our digital life with convenience and ease, knowing that my personal information is completely hidden. Thanks again to Cloaked for sponsoring today's video. On the morning of December 21st, 2015, firefighters were called to the scene of a house fire in the small village of Rupperswil in Switzerland. Rupperswil is a quiet little town of around 5,000 people, the kind of place where the Wikipedia page has just one paragraph about it. Rupperswil wasn't known for much, but it was about to get a reputation that it may never be able to shake. The firefighters went about their work, dousing the flames and checking the ruins for any sign of survivors. The call about the fire hadn't come from anyone inside of the house, and there had been no screams or cries for help from inside while the structure had been burning. So it was possible that the house was empty. The small family home wasn't abandoned, but obviously fires can happen while nobody is at home. And maybe this was a simple case of a wiring issue that led to a fire while the family was away. All thoughts of that being the case vanished when firefighters found the bodies. There were 4 bodies in the house. At least 3 of the bodies were bound with cable ties, several had been stabbed, and all 4 of their throats had been slashed with a sharp knife. The dead were quickly identified as 48-year-old Carla Schauer Freiberghaus, her sons Davin and Dion, and Dion's girlfriend, 21-year-old Simona Foss. The youngest victim, Davin, showed signs of sexual assault with a foreign object, and all of them had been dead well before the fire ever started. The only known survivor of the incident was Carla's partner, who had left for work before the house had ever caught fire. It's logical in these situations to suspect the sole survivor of having something to do with the crime. After all, there's a reason many true crime podcasts sell merch with the slogan, "The husband did it." But in this case, authorities quickly figured out that someone else had been in that house. While it wasn't hard to find the partner's DNA and fingerprints at the scene, he did live there after all. What did stand out to investigators were that fingerprints and DNA were found at the scene that didn't belong to anyone in the house. Those fingerprints and DNA left behind were from an unknown male. The local authorities offered a staggering reward of 100,000 Swiss francs for information about the murders, the largest reward in Swiss criminal history. And with the vicious nature of the crime, along with the huge reward for his capture, it was only a matter of time before he was given a name by the media, and that name would be the Beast of Rupperswil. It's a little tricky to work out the timeline of the 5-month-long investigation. Most of the sources are in German, but thanks to translation software, I have been able to piece together 2 of the most important factors in identifying the Beast of Rupperswil, those being Google and dogs. It was pretty clear from the crime scene that someone had entered the home, tied up the victims, sexually assaulted at least one of them, killed them, and then set the house on fire. There had been no one close to the family who made a good suspect, so the Beast had to be a stranger. But who lets a stranger into their house on a random morning? Whoever the Beast was, he had to have done at least a little bit of homework. This now leads to my first of the 2 important factors in this case, Google. Swiss authorities approached Google's parent company, Alphabet, and asked for their IP addresses of anyone who had been Googling the family in the days leading up to the murders. For those who don't know, your IP address is a unique string of numbers assigned to each device that connects you to the internet. It tells online servers, such as the ones at Google, where to send the information your device has requested. Every time you Google something, Google logs the IP address of your phone, tablet, or computer so it knows where to send your search results. Some IP addresses are tied to physical locations, however, like the internet connection in your house or at an office. Others are connected to only mobile devices, but there are ways to track those as well. As you can imagine, there probably wouldn't be many people in Rupperswil randomly Googling murder victims before they were killed. And the information from Alphabet led authorities to a 33-year-old named Thomas Nick, who lived with his mother near the scene of the crime. Nick had no criminal record, and his primary leisure activity was training young athletes and working as a coordinator for the local youth football organization. He was well liked, and he didn't seem to know Carla or her children. But because Googling someone isn't proof of murder, that's where the dogs came in. If you'd asked Nick's neighbors about him, most of them would offer up a handful of details, with one thing in common. He had 2 pet huskies. Now, it is widely understood that huskies are very high-energy dogs. If they don't get enough exercise and stimulation, they'll tear up your home, and you'll also hear the never-ending howling that they are famous for. As a result of this, Thomas Nick was well known around the neighborhood for taking his dogs on long walks at the same time every day. And in a small town, it's hard to miss a man walking 2 large dogs past your house each morning. And when police pulled Nick's phone records, they found that someone carrying his phone left his house every day around the same time, wandered around the neighborhood, and then went home. Except on the morning of the murders, when the dogs apparently didn't feel like going anywhere that day. Now, granted, this isn't any kind of rock-solid proof, but it was enough to allow authorities to focus the investigation on Thomas Nick. And in what I feel was a genius move, police set up a drunk driving checkpoint in town, stopping every driver and having them blow into a breathalyzer. Once Nick was done puffing and proving that his blood alcohol level was below the legal limit, the police switched out the tube that had been in his mouth and sent it away for DNA analysis. And the DNA in Nick's saliva matched with the samples found at the crime scene. Thomas Nick was arrested on May 12, 2016 in the nearby city of Aro. When police searched his home, they found the cable ties, duct tape, and an old Luger-style pistol and handcuffs that he made himself out of rope. Nick quickly confessed to the Swiss authorities. He said he'd entered the home after Carla's partner left, claiming to be a school psychologist from Davin's school. Once inside, he threatened Davin and forced Carla to tie up Dion and Simona. He then quickly demanded money and held Davin, Dion, and Simona all hostage while Carla went to an ATM and then to a bank to withdraw a total of 1,000 euros, or about $11,000. After Carla came back with the money, Nick tied her up, sexually assaulted Davin with a toy that he'd brought with him, and then bound the younger boy's wrist, gagged him, and then stabbed the victims before cutting all 4 of their throats. He then set the house on fire and left. Now, this seems like a senselessly, overly graphic, and overly violent crime for $11,000. But the only motive Nick offered during his trial was one single word. He was a pedophile. Authorities believe that he chose Carla and her family only because they had a 13-year-old son. Police also found evidence that Nick had been spying on 2 other families in northern Switzerland, apparently planning to repeat his offense. Thomas Nick was convicted in March of 2018 of charges including murder, extortion, hostage-taking, sexual assault, and arson. He was sentenced to life in prison, although there is some possibility that he could be paroled if extremely strict conditions are met. At his conviction, the lead judge said that Nick acted in cold blood with a primitive manner, without pity nor empathy. As of this video, the Beast of Rupperswil remains in prison in Switzerland. And this case is honestly an important lesson, that even though someone may appear friendly and even have a good standing in the community, you never know what kind of evil a person is truly capable of. In the early 1960s, the small village of Yerba Buena in the Mexican state of San Luis Potosi was little more than a gap in the road. It had only about 50 residents, most of whom had little or no education. The people of Yerba Buena made their living from farming at the foot of the Sierra Madre Mountains. It was the kind of place that no one who didn't live there was likely to care about or even be aware that it exists. And that's probably why the Hernandez brothers decided to start a cult there. Santos and Cayetano Hernandez were petty con artists looking to get rich. It's not clear from the records whether they grew up in Yerba Buena or chose the town for some other reason. But in late 1962 or early 1963, they rolled into town and proclaimed themselves to be the prophets and the high priest of what they called the exiled Inca gods. They used sleight-of-hand tricks to convince the locals that they had magic powers, performed rituals in the mountain caves, and told the villagers that in exchange for worship and tributes, the gods would grant them treasure that were hidden elsewhere in the mountains. Unfortunately, the tributes that were requested by the Hernandez brothers were mostly in the form of money, worship, or let's just say services of the physical variety. The Hernandez brothers were also big on group parties of the physical kind, if you catch my drift, especially those where everyone was doing various types of drugs. And while ordinarily I wouldn't judge what consenting adults would get up to in their spare time, the problem that I have with the brothers is that they took young girls, as young as 14, from their parents to, and I quote, teach them about love. And for added measure, they also told all of the locals that the gods were on their way to reclaim their ancient kingdom, and they would punish all non-believers. In case this situation hasn't raised enough red flags for everyone listening, let me add this. If anyone ever tells you that the gods will deliver you treasure if you let them traffic your kids, and if you don't, then you will be destroyed in an apocalypse, then that person is lying. And also, I need to say this just because it annoys me about the brothers' stupidity. The Inca Empire actually stretched across the western coast of South America. No part of it was ever in Mexico. It just baffles me because if you wanted to start a cult based on your own pre-Columbian culture in Mexico, you may want to base it on the Aztecs or maybe the Maya in the southeastern part of the country. These geniuses hadn't even bothered to research their own scam, but unfortunately it didn't really matter because no one in Yerba Buena was likely to have a history book handy to fact check them. Going back to the story, things continued like this for a while, But eventually the people of Yerba Buena started to notice that, shockingly, no one had found any treasure in the mountains, no matter how much money they gave to the brothers and no matter what they subjected their kids to. That's the kind of thing that makes your followers very unhappy. So, because the brothers were starting to realize that their scheme was starting to have a spotlight on it, they decided to travel to the city of Monterey to find something that would help them keep this scam going. And what they found was Magdalena Solis. Magdalena was a rough character. She was a teenage sex worker, probably about 16 years old, when she met the brothers. She was born into a poor family in northeastern Mexico around 1947 and had reportedly been doing sex work from a very early age, along with a very lucrative side hustle as a fortune teller and medium. Her older brother Alazar was actually acting as her pimp. Magdalena agreed to go back to Yerba Buena with the Hernandez brothers and impersonate one of their gods. And apparently, the brothers actually decided to do some research this time as well, because rather than claiming to be a goddess from an ancient civilization or another continent, Magdalena would present herself as, and please forgive me for butchering this name, Coatlicue, the Aztec goddess who gave birth to the moon, the stars, and the sun god. Magdalena traveled with the Hernandez brothers out to Yerba Buena to play Coatlicue. The Hernandez brothers introduced her to her new followers by making her appear out of a cloud of smoke, and the villagers accepted her as their new goddess. And that is when things took a turn for the worse. Early in her tenure as the so-called goddess of this tiny village in the middle of nowhere, Magdalena experienced what psychologists call theological psychosis. Her mind actually broke with reality. And she actually came to believe that she genuinely was the goddess that she claimed to be. She believed that she had the powers of a goddess and that she required specific forms of worship that catered to her sexual proclivities. Once her psychosis took hold, Magdalena effectively took over the cult, leaving the Hernandez brothers more or less powerless. However, they didn't seem to mind, as they were still getting most of the same benefits that they had received even before they made their trip to Monterey. Problems arose, though, when Magdalena began to start putting her own spin on things. She started giving her followers a substance used by the Native American church, that substance being its more popular name, being peyote. She also decided to add some colorful extras such as incest, bestiality, and child abuse to their worshiping practices. Around the time that Magdalena took over, 2 followers of the new faith were having second thoughts about being part of this apparent drugged up sex cult, and they privately expressed their desire to leave. Unfortunately, cults aren't exactly a great place to make trustworthy friends, and their new fellow devotees told their prophets and their goddess. Magdalena decreed that these 2 heretics, as she so called them, had to be sacrificed to ensure the continued favor of the gods. Magdalena decreed that these 2 heretics, as she called them, had to be sacrificed to ensure the continued favor of the gods. After her first taste of murder, Magdalena began to quickly escalate. She got bored with the same old activities that they had been doing and devised what she called a blood ritual. The ritual required the cult members to select a human sacrifice, who somehow always turned out to be someone who was having second thoughts about what was going on. The victim would be beaten, burned, cut, and mutilated by all of the remaining members of the cult, and then they would be left to bleed out. Their blood would then be collected into a chalice and mixed with pig or chicken blood, and peyote would also be peppered in just for added measure. The mixture would be given to Magdalena to drink first, then passed to her brothers, and finally, the entire congregation. At the end of the ritual, the victim's heart was actually ripped out of their chest. The leaders of the cult proclaimed that the blood rituals gave them supernatural powers, and Magdalena actually believed it, despite the fact that this cult was literally ripping out hearts, drinking blood, and abusing children. The group's membership began to grow. 6 weeks. That's how long the Yerba Buena cult operated without any interference. In that time, at least 4 people died due to being chosen as the lucky sacrifice. I was only able to find the name of one victim, Selena Salvana, the wife of a farmer in the village. American newspapers would later describe her as a high priestess of the cult, but other sources actually described her as just an ordinary farmer's wife having second thoughts about her involvement. Unfortunately, there will probably never be an exact count of the victims. However, from what I was able to find, 12 people were reported missing by the end of those 6 weeks. Unfortunately, record keeping isn't that high of a priority in a place where nobody can read. But all of this was about to change. One night in May of 1963, a 14-year-old local boy named Sebastian Guerrero found himself wandering in the mountains near Yerba Buena. While he was exploring the caves, he noticed a light and some noise coming from one cave in particular. Curious, he headed over to investigate. As he approached the mouth of the cave, he was horrified to see a blood ritual in progress. The young boy watched as the cult sacrificed one of their members, then drained and drank the victim's blood. Shocked and traumatized, Sebastian quickly fled the area. As a matter of fact, he ran 25 kilometers, or about 15 and a half miles, to the nearest police station in the town of Villagran. He staggered into the station, exhausted from all of the running, and gasped out what he had seen. Unfortunately, Sebastian was in such a deep state of shock that the only description he was able to give the officers was that he'd seen a group of savages drinking human blood. Now, of course, police officers aren't exactly inclined to believe a random teenager who burst into their workplace while babbling about vampires in the mountains. So Sebastian's story was actually met with more skepticism than any kind of caution. Most of them assumed that Sebastian was either mentally ill or under the influence of something, or even possibly playing a prank. Only one officer, in fact, Luis Martinez, took him seriously enough to do something. Martinez agreed to escort Sebastian home the following day and investigate the place where he'd seen these alleged vampires. As Luis took Sebastian out of the police station and headed back to the direction of the mountains, it would be the last time Sebastian or Martinez were ever seen again. After Martinez failed to return from Yerba Buena, the police in the area got a lot more interested in the talks of these so-called vampires. On May 31st, 1963, a group of officers and soldiers from the Mexican army descended upon Yerba Buena. They found Magdalena and her brother Elazar at a farm and arrested both of them. As the raids went on, Santos Hernandez, one of the two who started this entire thing, would actually be killed by police while resisting arrest. His brother Cayetano was even more unlucky. A cult member named Jesus Rubio killed him. Some accounts claim that Rubio had actually discovered the scam and demanded that Cayetano cut him in on it. Others claim that Cayetano was trying to assist police to possibly limit his involvement, and due to this, Rubio attacked and killed him. After the dust had settled, about 40 cult members were arrested after most of them barricaded themselves in a cave. A search of that cave would later reveal the remains of 6 of the sacrificial victims. A search of the farm where the Solis siblings were arrested would eventually turn up the dismembered bodies of Sebastian and Martinez, with Martinez's heart completely gone. With the Hernandez brothers dead, the trial focused on the Solis siblings and the remaining cult members. However, the cult members refused to testify against Magdalena or her brother. So the only thing that they could be prosecuted for were the killings of Sebastian and Martinez. Luckily, that was enough to be able to sentence both of the siblings to 50 years in prison. The villagers, in light of their illiteracy and the fact that they had been abused both physically and mentally, still received varying sentences ranging from 18 years to 30 years. Not much is known of Magdalena Solis after her conviction. She would have been eligible for release in 2013 if she had lived that long. but it is not clear if she did. The survivors of Yerba Buena have actually now begun to tell their stories in recent years. But even then, with the aftermath of the events being over 60 years ago, a false goddess still cast a very long and very dark shadow. On the morning of August 5th, 1985, a delivery driver pulled his truck up to the door of the Eight Immortals restaurant in Macau, a city spread across the two islands and a peninsula on the southern coast of China. The busy restaurant was a routine stop for the driver. In fact, he'd made a delivery to this place on the previous afternoon, and everything had seemed to be in normal order. However, on this morning, he was greeted by a sign on the door announcing that the restaurant would be closed for 3 days. The driver was familiar with the family that ran the restaurant. Lin Zhang, the restaurant's founder, had actually started out as a street hawker selling food to passerbys before turning his very small business into a proper restaurant in the 1960s. And now that restaurant was part of the respectable Eight Immortals Hotel and did a solid trade with locals and visitors alike. It also employed many of Zhang's relatives. This was very much a family-run and family-owned business. In fact, the lead chef of the restaurant was Zhang's cousin. The driver found the sign very confusing. No one had told him about the restaurant closing, even temporarily. In fact, he had been there just the day before, and surely they would have canceled all of their deliveries if they had known they would be gone the next day. After all, daily deliveries to Chinese restaurants tend to be things like meats and vegetables, not exactly things that you want to have sitting on your doorstep for several days. The driver decided to make a detour to the Zhang family home to just check on his customers since he knew them so well. But to his surprise, a strange man in his 50s answered the door and told the driver that the Zhang family had made an unexpected trip to the Chinese mainland. He didn't have any other information for the driver, but there was one small detail about this very strange man that stood out to the driver, and that was that the tip of his left index finger was missing. The driver did not know it at the time, but he was the last person to ever see the Zhang family alive. 3 days later, on August 8th, a swimmer was enjoying the warm summer sun and cool waters of Macau's black sand beach when he made a grim discovery. 8 severed pieces of human limbs washed up on the shore. The police were immediately called, and at first, police actually assumed that the body parts belonged to refugees from mainland China. This was because, due to Macau's booming economy in the 1980s, it wasn't uncommon for poor mainlanders to risk their lives by crossing to Macau illegally in very small boats that were in no way designed to last long at sea. The South China Sea was full of sharks, so plenty of these migrants sadly turned up only in pieces, or not at all. A forensic examination of these body parts was conducted, and 2 things actually were found of interest. First, the remains had actually been severed with very precise cuts, ruling out a shark attack for obvious reasons. And secondly, the body parts belonged to at least 4 different people. Whatever had happened here to these people was done by another human. Over the next week, 3 more pieces of human bodies washed up on the beaches of Macau, and authorities began cross-referencing the remains with reports of missing people. Simultaneously, by this point, still no one had heard from the Zhang family, and it has now been over a week, and missing person reports have been filed for the entire family, all 10 people. The oldest missing of the Zhang family was around 70 years old, and the youngest was only 7. Those reports and their similarities to the bodies on the beach brought police to the door of the Eight Immortals restaurant and the mysterious man now operating it. Wong Zihang was a man of many names and many places. He'd been born in mainland China as Chen Shulong, then moved to Hong Kong in the 1970s and started going by his original name and also a third alias, Chen Yuliang, before moving away from mainland China, getting married to a landlord's daughter, and then eloping with another woman in Macau. By the time Macau authorities knocked on the door of the Eight Immortals restaurant, Wong had actually been running the place for the past few days, despite having the minor disability, that being that he was missing the tip of his left index finger. And the only reason that I'm pointing out that the tip of his left index finger was missing was that this was a full restaurant. The entire family helped run this, all 10 members. Now, this restaurant was being run by one man, and that's it, which obviously caused authorities to look at this entire situation very skeptically. And while it might seem bizarre for a man who wasn't a part of the family to suddenly take over their restaurants in their absence, it actually wasn't such a wild turn of events in the eyes of the neighborhood. Wong was known to hang around with the Zhang family, especially the founder, Lin Zhang, and his wife, Chen. And while the neighbors did find it odd that Wong was suddenly in charge of the entire restaurant, Wong actually had all of the ownership documents in order. And it wasn't like he was a total stranger to the family. To them, weirder things had happened. But then Wong started renting out the Zhang family home, and authorities became interested in how he knew the family wouldn't be back anytime soon when their own family members hadn't even heard from them. The police looked into his bank activity and they had found that his assets included documents that belonged to Lin Zhang and a student ID that actually belonged to one of Lin's children. Wong must have realized that the net was closing around him. He actually tried to escape to the mainland, but he was captured and arrested in late September of 1986. And at that point, the entire Zhang family had still not been seen for over a year. At this point, with all of the circumstantial evidence and the physical evidence that they had with Wong's bank account, he was charged with the murders of all 10 people, and he was convicted on October 2nd, 1986. And if that wasn't bizarre enough, the very next day, an inmate in the prison where Wong was being held attacked him and hurt him, badly enough that he ended up in a hospital. And 3 days later, Wong made yet another attempt to escape, but he failed. This all led to a few days later when Wong made a full confession. Now, this next part of the story is what happened according to Wong, so take it with a grain of salt. This is, after all, a convicted murderer talking to police from a hospital bed after a fellow inmate tried to kill him. And with his consistent lying to authorities, he's not exactly the most trusting figure. But according to Wong, he's the only one who made it out of the restaurant alive that night. Wong hung around with Lin and his wife largely because they had a very common interest, that being gambling. Macau is actually world famous as a gambling mecca and having nicknames like the Las Vegas of the East. Even today, about 50% of Macau's economy is actually made up of businesses catering to gambling tourists. Actually, since 2007, the casinos in Macau have made more money from gambling than the casinos on the Las Vegas Strip. In other words, Macau is either the best place in the world to have a gambling problem, or it's the worst. And unfortunately, Lin was known to have a severe gambling problem. According to Wong, one night in 1984, about a year before the murders, he ended up winning a series of high-stakes bets against Lin and his wife. By the end of the night, the couple actually owed Wong around 180,000 patakas, which was about $20,000 then, or roughly $56,000 today. Lin and his family were actually unable to pay that night, so they made a verbal agreement with Hong. They would pay the debt back in its entirety within a year, or they would give Wong ownership of the Eight Immortals restaurant. Wong claimed that the Zhangs not only failed to pay him back within the year, but continued to lose money gambling against him. He told authorities that the Zhangs ended up owing him over 600,000 patakas, or around $75,000. On the night of August 4th, Wong said that 9 of the Zhang family members were working in the restaurant after closing. Wong walked in and demanded that the Zhangs pay him 30,000 patakas. This amount seemingly changed every time he told the story, however, ranging from 20,000 to 50,000. But no matter how much he demanded, the money didn't appear, and Lin refused to hand him ownership of the restaurant. So now you've got one guy who is refusing to pay and refusing to honor his deal of the so-called bet, where you have the other guy who hasn't seen a cent of his winnings in well over a year, and this has just continued to build, and with the tensions increasing between Wong and Lin, it eventually culminated into what happened that night. What happened next is a bit of a blur, but the words physically aggressive were used by Wong. One thing quickly led to another, and suddenly, before anyone knew it, Wong was holding a broken beer bottle to the neck of Lin's 7-year-old son. With the boy being held hostage, Wong ordered the other members of the family to tie up and to gag each other. They did this, but at some point during the evening, one woman broke free of her bonds and began to scream, so Wong, not thinking and simply reacting, stabbed her in the neck. He then went down the line of victims, killing each one of them by strangulation or with the broken beer bottle. And in the middle of all of this happening, Wong stopped what he was doing when he heard a knock on the door, and it turned out to be one of Lin's sisters. Wong was able to coax her into the restaurant, and as soon as the door closed, Wong pounced on her. Wong spent the next 8 hours dismembering the bodies and packaging the remains into black plastic bags. He then dumped the trash bags into dumpsters and threw them into the ocean. After that, he cleaned up, took some money and a key to the safe, and went to Lin's house to spend the night. The next day was when he got a knock on the door from the delivery driver and told him that the family had gone away. After his confession, Wong made 2 attempts at suicide. He finally accomplished this when he sliced his wrist with a bottle cap and bled out on December 4th, 1986. He left a note behind and a letter to a local newspaper claiming that his death had nothing to do with his crimes. He stated instead that he was only trying to escape his chronic asthma. Take that how you will. At autopsy, authorities took his fingerprints, or rather they tried to, since the prints on his fingers had been badly damaged by self-inflicted burns. Despite this, they were able to discover something using his partial prints. Police were able to link him actually to a murder completely different from what had happened. It was from the killing of a man in Hong Kong in 1973, over a decade prior. Obviously meaning that the events that happened on August 4th, 1986 were not Wong's first venture into death. I wasn't able to find the name of Wong's first victim in Hong Kong, but the people who died at the Eight Immortals restaurant was Lin, his wife, all 4 of his daughters, his son, his cousin, his mother-in-law, and his wife's aunt. The Eight Immortals restaurant murders have had a very strange and somewhat grisly afterlife in pop culture. Because Wong had reopened the restaurant 3 days after killing 10 people in it, an almost urban legend had developed that he had disposed of the bodies by mixing them in with the barbecue pork in the restaurant's famous pork buns. I, however, am going to call bullshit on this one. Humans eating other humans is actually pretty rare outside of survival situations, and by all accounts, human bodies are pretty difficult to process into something that looks and tastes like animal meat. More importantly, Wong was trying to hide what he'd done as much as possible so that he could continue making money from the restaurant, and keeping parts of your victims around to serve to your customers probably isn't the best way to do that. However, that didn't stop Hong Kong director Herman Yao from producing a horror movie based on the murders in 1993. The movie was actually marketed in English under the title The Untold Story, but its Chinese counterpart translates to literally human pork bun. The movie made more than $15 million, and yes, the movie does include a scene where detectives are investigating the restaurant, and in true horror movie fashion, while the detectives were searching the restaurant, they were eating the very food that made the restaurant famous, and it's left up to the viewer to decide if the pork buns that the detectives were eating had a special human ingredient. We live in a world where fame is pursued blindly by seemingly everyone at some point in our lives. I have seen countless stories of people uprooting their lives to chase fame and fortune, and it leading to them being in a far worse position than they were originally in. People quitting their jobs and spending their savings on expensive and unnecessary equipment, thinking they are going to be the next big thing on Twitch. I've seen stories of people doing some crazy new TikTok trend that has ended with lives being cut tragically short. The pursuit of fame for many is a constant void that nobody seemingly has the answers to. This, of course, is nothing new to anyone. For seemingly as far back as anyone can recall, there's always been people willing to do practically anything to be in the spotlight, regardless of what it could mean for them or anyone else. And while this is not blaming any of these dreamers for being naive, it is a warning that there are people out there that will see those dreamers and capitalize on it at their expense. This is no more prevalent than the story of Tomoaki Hamatsu, otherwise known as his nickname Nasubi, who in 1998 participated in a game show with the hopes of boosting his career into the mainstream. But unfortunately, the journey that he was about to go on would change his life forever. Susanoo Denpa Shonen was a Japanese game show that ran from 1998 to 2002, and in that short time featured some truly outrageous yet familiar challenges that was sure to draw people into watching. Some of these challenges included two men stranded on a secluded island and trying to escape, a man hitchhiking from South Africa to Norway, and another being the focus of today's story. Nasubi was a comedian trying to break into the entertainment business and figured that appearing on a popular game show would do nothing but help in that goal. Yet, when Nasubi entered the contest and won, he had no idea of what was going to follow. Once winning, he was blindfolded and put into the back of a car and driven to an unknown location. When the blindfold was removed, he was in an empty apartment, naked and facing a camera. Awkwardly laughing and looking at the crew as they made their way to the door, he asked, "What is this?" To which he was asked a simple question: can a man live on winning sweepstakes alone? The door was then shut, and Nasubi found himself alone. Nervous, yet excited at the prospect of fortune and fame, Nasubi's journey was eventually going to lead him to a living nightmare. The apartment that Nasubi was now calling home was anything but that. There was no bed, no food, no TV, no clothes, not even a chair to sit on. While it did have some things like a shower and a gas burner, Nasubi was lacking other things that made those essentials almost insulting. What I mean by that is that he had a shower, but no soap or any towels. He had a gas burner, but no food. Having those things there almost seemed to be there solely to mock him. The reason Nasubi was in this room, the game show that he was on, had the following premise. Nasubi had to win everything that would go into that apartment. he would be released and win the game after accumulating 1 million yen, or $10,000, worth of material goods. And when I say everything, I mean everything. From food to clothing, a bed to drinks, literally everything would have to be won through sweepstakes entries. And to add even more of a challenge, those entries were completely random. Nasubi's life became that of a person who would dedicate all of their time to entering sweepstakes for 16 hours a day, entering nearly 1,500 letters a week. And he did this for the next 15 months. Every week, his segment would be shown to audiences, and at the start, Nasubi was upbeat and excited. He would make jokes and still behaved completely normal. The first episode that was released is still debated to this day on if it was staged or not, but regardless, it was either a very cruel joke or horrible luck. What I am referring to is that Nasubi answered the door to collect his prizes and was excited to see that he had won ramen, but it was delivered to the wrong address and taken away. By this time, Nasubi had not eaten in nearly 2 weeks. Nasubi's luck did improve with him winning a bag of rice, but with nothing for him to cook it in, he was instead eating the rice raw. Over the next few months, Nasubi would continue entering the sweepstakes, winning things like a bicycle, a belt, shoes, women's lingerie, and dog food, all seemingly useless items for him. Nasubi would also go on to win a television, but with no antenna or a cable box to use. All the TV could do was produce white static. It was things like this, where something could fill a person with so much hope, only for it to be reduced to essentially useless, that really started to affect Nasubi. Looking at the videos now, it is hard to even imagine the mental strain that all of this was putting on him. To be isolated for that long, doing a repetitive task of filling out sweepstake entries with no form of relaxation or entertainment to distract him. I couldn't imagine doing this for a full day, and by now, Nasubi had been doing this for close to 8 months. As you can tell from his physical appearance, he got even skinnier than he was when he started the show. His hair had grown longer, and his personality was fading by the day. You can even see glimpses of Nasubi seemingly break from reality. After all, with no form of contact, he was probably acting this way as a means to seemingly keep his sanity intact. Him being so animated with everything he did and over the top with his reactions may strike the viewer as weird. But to Nasubi, it was a means of interacting with something, anything. And for me at least, looking at it from that perspective changes the entire scene. There was some good news that came to Nasubi. Months after he had won the TV, he also won a PlayStation 1 with a game. Overwhelmed by the notion that he can finally do something different, Nasubi played his newly won PlayStation for 3 straight days. He stopped after the third because he realized that it was consuming him, and he wasn't focusing on his goal of entering more sweepstakes to ultimately win the game. Around 11 months in, Nasubi was nearing the finale of his sweepstakes. He only needed a few more prizes and he would surpass the 1 million yen goal. And in all that time, he is still, as you can tell, naked. He never really won any real article of clothing other than what I had mentioned prior, and the reason I am bringing this back up is because near the end he eventually won some clothes, but due to him spending more than 300 days without clothes, when he actually wore new ones, he hated how they felt on his skin, and they actually made him uncomfortable, so he went back to being naked, preferring how it made him feel. I probably don't need to point out how much mental damage this show had done to him by this point, but this act by Nasubi spoke volumes to me. How at the start he wanted some article of clothing since he was in front of a camera, and by the end he directly went against that notion of wearing any type of clothing. On day 335, nearly an entire year since he had started this game show, Nasubi won a bag of rice that was finally enough to push him over the 1 million yen requirement. And as a way to celebrate Nasubi's victory, the producers decided to sneak into his room in the middle of the night while he was sleeping and set off confetti poppers right in front of Nasubi's face. When it finally dawned on Nasubi that he had won, he was overwhelmed and excited to finally get to leave that small apartment. He was given the next day to relax and enjoy time at an amusement park, as well as have as much food as he wanted. Thinking that the game was all over, Nasubi was unaware that he had only completed the first part of the game. The problem for the producers was that Nasubi was a massive hit. Towards the end of his run, the show was getting close to 17 million viewers every Sunday night, a record that is still hard to imagine over 20 years later. The producers wanted to keep milking the show for all it was worth and knew that their cash cow, Nasubi, had to be involved. So, instead of letting him just be done with the whole thing, they informed him instead that he would have to win his way back home, using the same method he did for the 1 million yen originally. Nasubi was put back into another apartment, asked to strip, and told to win the amount he needed for his plane ticket. And while this may seem hard to believe that he would willingly go along with this, what worries me is that due to him being isolated for nearly a year, Nasubi was not in the right state of mind, and the producers of the show were absolutely taking advantage of this. Fortunately, Nasubi was a pro by this point and won the prize money needed for the ticket rather quickly. Not being happy with this happening so soon, the producers then changed it to him needing to win a business class ticket, and then after that, a first class ticket. And again, Nasubi won both shortly after. Knowing that they couldn't keep this up and wanting to capitalize as much as they could on the ending of Nasubi's time on the show, the producers again took Nasubi to another apartment, and figuring that this was going to be yet another challenge, Nasubi began to strip and started filling out sweepstakes. When all of a sudden the four walls of the apartment fell to the ground, revealing a live studio audience looking at Nasubi, who was center stage, showered in spotlights, and hundreds of people shouting congrats at him, followed by a roaring applause. Does this, honestly, look like a happy man? Like someone who just won a game show and is going to win a big cash prize? The shock and confusion on Nasubi's face is heartbreaking. You can tell that he is scared, and he had no idea that this was going on, let alone for him to be completely nude in front of hundreds of people without even getting his permission says loads about the producers of this show. But going even deeper is them not even once considering what this could have done to Nasubi. What would they have done if he reacted violently to any of this? Would they have simply turned it around on him and made it his fault? I am inclined to say yes, since the producers of this show have never issued any type of apology on behalf of the show. And I know that people are going to justify it and say that the crew were probably giving him food and water when the cameras were not rolling. But to that I say, you are not looking at the bigger picture here. The show very much took advantage of a naive young man and continued doing so well past the point of it being any type of acceptable. Nasubi was a cash cow to them, not a human with feelings. And none of this was just a trend of the 90s either. Shows like Survivor, Fear Factor, Cops, Cheaters, and more have all used the human experience as the plot line and showed people in their most vulnerable state and took advantage of that through means of monetary gain. The monster in this show was simply greed. And it took from a man not only a year of his life, but also caused his physical appearance to change to someone who was underweight, unhealthy, and unable to properly care for himself.
ナスビ君。
家崩れちゃったんですけど。
ナスビ君のこれ部屋崩れちゃったの。
したらなんか人いっぱいいるんですけど。なんで笑ってるんですか。
ここどこかわかる？
今どこわかる？
っていうかこれが何なんですか。
ナスビ君ついに検証生活ゴールしました。おめでとう。
おめでとう。
この会場に来てくださったお客さん、ナスビ君のゴールを祝うために集まってくれたと言っても過言ではないお客様です。
そういうことになってるんですか。
ナスビ君ゴールしたのよ。
そうだったんですか。
はい、終わり。おめでとう。
ありがとうございます。
1000人の大観衆がゴールを祝福。
そしてナスビ君が検証生活に突入して約1年3ヶ月、その間に
そんなナスビの姿は日本中の人々の心を捉えて離さなかった。そしてそれは舞台を韓国に移してからも決して変わることはなかったのだ。そう、この1年3ヶ月の間、日本は空前のナスビフィーバーに沸き返ったのだった。前人未到の挑戦にまず各マスコミが飛びついた。さまざまな雑誌、新聞にナスビの文字が躍る。中にはナスビのイラストを表紙に上げる雑誌まで登場。さらにナスビフィーバーは国内だけにとどまらなかった。イギリス国営放送 BBC がナスビの検証生活を全世界に向け報道。
Fortunately, Nasubi does have a happy ending. He used his fame from the show to find a comfortable living in acting and has since become a humanitarian. Two notable instances were when he attempted to climb Mount Everest to raise money for the Fukushima nuclear disaster, and later in 2020, he urged people to practice staying indoors and spoke of his own dealings with self-isolation and how it can be done safely. Nasubi was able to accomplish something that not many people would have been able to do, and for that, I applaud him. It's more than I can say for the producers of this show, who saw a human being's mental state as nothing more than dollar signs. It has long been said that true horror comes from human beings instead of monsters. From various videos I have made on this channel to things that we all read about in our day-to-day lives, it is somewhat scary how desensitized many of us have become to acts of violence, where shock and disbelief has been replaced by saddened acceptance. And as I thought I had gotten to a point where I wouldn't hear or read about anything that would shock me, I came across this story. A crime that was so gruesome, it would go on to be known as the Nigerian Forest of Horrors. The forest that was so ominously named was the Soka Forest, located in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria. And it would become the site of a crime that would strike the country to its core and leave in its wake sadness, distrust, and vengeance. The story begins in March of 2014, when the frequency of disappearances had been increasing over the past year. While law enforcement did what they could to locate these missing people, rarely did it conclude with anyone ever being found. Frustrated by the lack of any real progress being made, locals began to search without the aid of police, and one of the biggest parties that was out searching was a motorcycle taxi company. Several of their own riders had vanished themselves, and similarities started being put together when those searching discovered that several riders all had their final pickup request from the outskirts of town, near the Soka Forest. Adding to that were the whispers of a cult having a presence in the area, along with several suspicious-looking people who had been seen lurking around Ibadan. It wasn't a far stretch for kidnapping cultists to be a possible reason for the disappearances either, as Nigeria has had a long history with ritual killings or sacrifices. As the search for the missing began to increase, it was the motorcycle taxi company that discovered the first major clue. While out searching, 2 riders were near the Soka forest and faintly heard screams even over the sounds of their motorcycles. As they quickly pulled over to stop, the screams continued, and as the twisted trees of the forest looked back at the riders, the screams and cries coming from within didn't lessen at all. The 2 riders knew that inside the forest was something evil. Police were immediately notified, and on March 22, 2014, police made their way into the forest, and when the screams were then heard by them, many started running deeper into the woods. As police got closer to the source of the screams, even more cries and pleads could be heard. It was then that the police officers came across an opening and discovered an old and dilapidated building, and almost immediately were all hit with a stench so revolting that it caused some to stop running and vomit, while others covered their mouth and started to back up due to the overwhelming smell of rot. Some of the officers ignored the smell and continued making their way to the building, where now it was clear was the source of the screams and cries. Upon entering the building, police stared in shock at the bodies chained to the walls, some moving and some staying completely still in unnatural positions. Police acted quickly to free those who had been bound. 2 men immediately collapsed to the ground crying and thanking God. Others bolted for the exit, and it was reported that 1 man stood up and then immediately dropped to the floor, dead. By this point, police had radioed in for more assistance and that ambulances would be needed immediately. As the scene was eventually enveloped by more law enforcement, locals got wind of what was going on, and many showed up in droves to a now closed-off forest entrance. Screaming, yelling, and demanding people were all told to keep their distance as the scene needed to be properly examined, and those inside needed to be rescued. Meanwhile, inside of the forest, dozens of police officers were searching all around the area for survivors. While some were found, most of the discoveries were those of the dead. Skeletons littered much of the area, and as one officer later quoted, "It was like something out of a nightmare of the very worst kind. Everywhere you looked, all you would see is death. I am not a skeptical person, but even I could feel an energy there. That place was evil, and whatever resided there was not human. There is no possibility." And from what I read about what was discovered in the forest, I would have to agree with him. Police would later find small pockets of areas completely filled with bones, clothes, jewelry, passports, children's toys, photographs, and other personal effects. When the final person was freed from their chains, it made 15 survivors in total, who were all quickly transported to a hospital for immediate care. From there, police would learn from those survivors exactly what happened and what they had experienced. Some told stories of being taken by a group of people who kept their faces covered. Others told of how they were only allowed to eat once a week and were never allowed to be unchained, not even to use the bathroom. And they were forced to go where they sat. And the even more horrific thing was that a few of these survivors were in such a state of shock that it took them weeks to even begin to speak. Many had no recollection as to what their names were or where they lived. Police had an incredibly tough time getting any of their identities, since all of the survivors were so emaciated that comparing pictures to their current appearance to that of missing persons was practically impossible, since they looked completely different. It was at this point that the news coverage had exploded all across the country. which led to even more families traveling out to the hospital in Ibadan in hopes of finding missing loved ones. As the days passed and the survivors began feeling a sense of safety, police began to further question them about what had happened in the forest. One survivor told a story of many people being used for sacrifice and others being kept there solely to bear children, and that those children would go on to be used in those rituals. Another survivor said that they were forced to become cannibals by their abductors. And if you believe it or not, there are even worse things than that, but I know that I cannot mention them on YouTube. By this point, the government had gotten involved and the state governor had visited the forest, and he was actually so disgusted by what he saw, he reacted emotionally rather than logically, and he wanted the building to be destroyed and the bodies to be buried in a mass grave. Protests from law enforcement, however, slowed the process down due to them wanting to forensically examine the crime scene, but the governor was adamant about wanting that scene to be destroyed. Simultaneously, while that was going on, due to a lack of progress being made on whoever was behind these abductions, locals began going on a vigilante-style search for anyone who could know information about what happened in the forest. There was one report of a group viciously beating a woman who was thought to have knowledge on the cult, and another man actually being killed by locals due to him sulking around the area near the building the survivors were found in. I have, however, read conflicting reports on this attack, that this man was found to have 4 human tongues on his possession, where others said that he had ears, and others said that he just had foreign currency. The situation was rapidly getting out of control, as very few answers were being met, and due to this tension and frustration, the governor forced the destruction of the building and burial of the bodies before much could actually even be examined, completely destroying forensic evidence in the process. A move that was so costly, it still haunts most all involved to this day. And the reason for that is that in the almost decade since this horrible crime was discovered, there have been no concrete answers onto why this happened, and nobody has been tied to the horrible crime. Just imagine that. Almost a decade of easily one of the most evil things people could do, and nobody has been linked to the crime itself. The frustration that many officers felt caused them to leave the force entirely. And while many left, there were others who did what they could to do some kind of mending to this tragedy. One of those mending pieces was when a man by the name of Wally was reunited with his family after he had been positively identified by his sister when she went to Ibadan on the long shot that he could have been one of the missing people. And as heartwarming as it is to see a family reunited with someone that they assumed dead, it takes a dark turn and creates so many more questions when it is discovered of how long Wally had actually been missing. It wasn't for a few weeks, or even a few years. Wally Ola had been missing for 14 years. When asked about his capture and time with the cult, Wally was unfortunately vague on the details as he couldn't really remember anything. I can't begin to imagine how he not only survived that long, but how he hadn't actually lost his mind. And while Wally had a happy ending with finding his family again, it raised even more concerns as to how long this particular cult had been around, and if they had more of what are essentially prison camps around the area, or if it is scattered around the entire country itself. And with that comes the frustration that there will likely not be any answers due to many in the government quickly getting the scene to be destroyed and having the bodies buried. All that seemingly accomplished was leaving people with sadness, bitterness, and anger. And that alone is strong enough to create a whole different kind of evil. December 18, 1994, 27-year-old Alison Botha was heading home in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, after dropping her friend off from a party earlier that night. As she made her way home, passing the same street lights, road signs, and houses, everything pointed to this night being like many other, and that soon young Alison would be sound asleep in bed. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but an event was about to take place that would not only shock those who later read of the story, but for Alison, she was about to experience a living nightmare. As Alison pulled into her driveway and put the car in park, she was caught off guard when her car door flung open and a man forced her into the passenger seat before quickly taking off. In less than 30 seconds, Alison went from being in the safety of her driveway to being abducted by a stranger. "I don't want to hurt you," the man said. "I just need to use your car for an hour." He identified his name as Clinton and drove himself and Alison to another part of the city. With thoughts racing through her head, Alison stayed silent and didn't beg the man to let her out. Yet the fear that Alison must have been feeling in that moment surely turned to full-on dread when Clinton arrived to his destination and a second man entered the car. The pair then took Alison with them, and instead of taking her back home and just stealing her car, instead, they headed into the outskirts of town. Once they arrived at a secluded area, the pair forced Alison out of the car and made her walk down an embankment. And once there, the man going by Clinton informed her that he and the other man were going to rape her. They asked if she would fight them, and out of fear, Alison told them no, hoping that they would just let her go after. And after they were finished, they knew that they couldn't simply let her leave. So the pair began to inflict some of the most heinous injuries a person can do to another human being. They began with trying to choke her, but after several attempts and realizing that she was still alive, they began to kick and beat her. Again, Alison still drew breath, and this seemingly enraged the two men, because instead of just calling it off and leaving, one of the men pulled out a knife. And after it was all said and done, Alison had been stabbed 30 times, with several of those wounds coming from the pair attempting to mutilate her reproductive organs. In the aftermath, they noticed that Alison was twitching still, and not happy with this, they then began cutting her throat. The men did this 16 times. After they had finished this, one of the men asked, "Do you think she's dead?" The other man responded, "Of course she is. Nobody can survive that." The men then left Alison there, taking her car and fleeing the scene. As the sound of the car's engine became distant, silence fell on the night, and in that silence, Alison took a breath. She was, to absolute shock, still alive. Alison struggled with her consciousness and knew that she was going to die. She knew that she at least had to leave a clue, so she wrote the men's names in the dirt as well as a message saying, "I love you, Mom." As Alison then laid there, waiting for her eyes to close for the final time, nothing was happening. She was bleeding and in a tremendous amount of pain, yes, but she was still alive and breathing. She could hear cars passing above her on the road and knew that if she was going to get out of this, then she needed to get help. Alison got herself up, but quickly noticed that something was very wrong, and as she sat up, her head began to fall backwards. On reflex, Alison grabbed the top of her head and realized to her horror that she had to physically hold her head in place. You see, the injuries to her neck were so severe that she had practically been decapitated. And as she got to one knee, she discovered another problem. She felt something very wet on her stomach, thinking at first that it was just her blood. To her horror, it was in fact her intestines falling out of her stomach. Alison managed to get on her feet with one hand holding her head and the other holding her stomach, both being essential at keeping her alive at that moment. Alison made her way to the road and then collapsed in the center of the road on the white lines. knowing that she could very likely just be hit by a car, but she knew that it was the best place for her to be if anyone was going to find her. As Alison laid there, drifting in and out of consciousness, she wondered if anyone would find her, and then if anyone would even help her. Her question was soon answered when the glow of headlights appeared and stopped near her. Footsteps were heard running to her, and a male voice yelling to her to get a response. When she began to move, the man quickly took action and called emergency services while staying with Alison. Thankfully, the man who found her, Tian Eilard, was a veterinary student and managed to get her exposed thyroid back into her neck. Emergency services arrived, and once she arrived at the hospital, many of the staff were shocked to learn that she was in fact alive. One of the doctors on duty that night said that her injuries were the worst he had ever seen in 16 years. And as unbelievable as Alison's injuries were, she managed to survive and make a full recovery. Not only that, but she remembered everything from that night and was able to give a detailed description of the men who attacked her. Thanks to this, the two men were arrested and identified as Thens Kruger and Franz de Toy. The two had a history of violence, particularly against women, and the preceding trial captured the attention of South Africa as the true horror behind the savage attack was put on full display of both Kruger and Franz. Both men were found guilty on several charges and sentenced to life in prison. As Alison's physical wounds healed, the emotional and mental damage that was done took much longer, and Alison herself knew that she could either spend her life pretending that it didn't happen and suffer in silence, or she could face that fear head on. And as it may come to no shock by this point, since Alison Botha is a badass, she chose the latter option and became a motivational speaker. She talked about her attack and encouraged other survivors to come forward as well. She went on to win several awards for her courage and strength following the attack that changed her life. And to give this story the happy ending that it deserves, Alison Botha was able to have 2 children following the attack, even after Kruger and Franz tried to take that from her years earlier. If anything can be taken from Alison's story, it would be best to quote the woman directly. Life can sometimes make us feel like the victim. Problems and hardships and traumas are dished out to all of us, and sometimes they can be divided unfairly. Remind yourself that you do not have to take responsibility for what others do. Life is not a collection of what happens to you, but of how you've responded to what has happened to you. It is a sad fact of life that some human beings hold the capacity for immense cruelty. There are countless examples throughout history of people having their right to life stripped away by individuals who feel nothing for their victims. Yet, this already frightening reality seems all the more terrifying and difficult to fathom when such acts of brutality are committed by the young. And there is no clearer demonstration of this than in the case of Junko Furuta and the teenagers who would decide to turn the innocent girl's bike ride home into one of the most terrifying crimes in living memory. 1988 saw 17-year-old Junko Furuta entering her final year of high school in Misato, a city in the Saitama Prefecture of Japan. Junko was a popular girl with a bright future. She was achieving high grades and worked part-time after school to save money for an upcoming graduation trip. She had recently accepted a new job where she was set to begin working after she graduated. The night of the 25th of November was a typical one for Junko. She had just finished her shift at work and planned to head straight home to catch the final episode of Tanbo, a TV show that she had been following. It was around 8:30 p.m. when she was spotted riding her bike by two boys, 18-year-old Hiroshi Miyano and 16-year-old Shinji Minato. Where Junko was a successful and high-achieving young woman, Hiroshi and Shinji were the complete opposite. Both of them, especially Hiroshi, had extensive criminal histories. Their behavior soon escalated into more violent crimes, including sexual assault. Some sources allege that Hiroshi had attended the same school as Junko, where he was known as a bully who often bragged about his connections to the Japanese mafia, otherwise known as the Yakuza. Hiroshi dropped out of school in 1987, though it's actually rumored that he was enraged after Junko turned down his romantic advances. However, this is unclear if it actually occurred or not, or if the two even knew of each other prior to the events of November 25th. Hiroshi and Shinji had been prowling the streets in search of women that they could rape and rob, crimes they would often commit. Upon spotting Junko riding home, Hiroshi told Shinji to kick her off her bike to scare her. Shinji did what he was instructed before fleeing the scene, at which point Hiroshi stepped in to play the role of a concerned onlooker. He offered to help walk her home safely, and Junko accepted. Little did she know at the time, but Junko would never return home again. Under the pretense of wanting to escort Junko home, Hiroshi instead led her to an abandoned warehouse. It was here where he would rape her and threaten that if she were to ever tell anyone about the assault, he would use his Yakuza connections to kill her and her family. Hiroshi would follow this up with a phone call to his 3 friends where he bragged about sexually assaulting Junko. One of the members of the group, 16-year-old Joe Agura, asked Hiroshi to keep Junko in captivity so the rest of the boys could have their way with her. The group consisted of Hiroshi, Shinji, Joe Agura, and a 4th boy, another 16-year-old named Yasushi Watanabe. All had a history of sexually assaulting women. In fact, they had actually just assaulted another victim that night before the attack on Junko. After the assault, Hiroshi took Junko to a nearby park where the other boys were waiting for her. Here, she was overpowered and assaulted yet again, and after, she was forced to go to Shinji's parents' house under the threat of further violence. The group had actually learned her home address from a notebook that she was carrying in her backpack, and they continued to tell her that they would send Yakuza members to murder her family if she attempted to flee. As all of this was going on and the night was growing into morning, Junko's parents grew increasingly worried, and when she failed to return home, they began searching for her naturally, before calling the police 2 days later on November 27th to report her missing. I've heard conflicting reports here and even people seeming to attack Junko's parents on why they waited 2 days to report her missing, but in their defense, I think from a parent standpoint, looking at this perspective, or even somebody who you care about, or if it's a sibling or whoever, I feel the worst possible situation that people build up in their minds is most of the time not the actual outcome. So I could see her parents actually waiting to call the police, figuring that Junko may just be a typical 17-year-old and be hanging out with her friends, or she may possibly be with a boyfriend that she hasn't told her parents about, doing typical late teenager type things. I mean, she wouldn't be the first 17-year-old to just go missing and her parents not know where she is. So with that being said, I don't necessarily agree with people attacking the parents and blaming them on why they waited 2 days to report something to the police. It's a lot easier in retrospect to say you would do something in that scenario, but if you are actually in it, it's rare that you will follow what seems to be the most logical thing to do. Fearing being caught, the group actually forced Junko to call home and tell her parents that she had run away to a friend's house. She was also ordered to dissuade her parents from continuing the search. The police accepted this narrative without further investigation, and the matter was dropped. Junko's mother stated that Junko sounded breathless on the phone and later would say in an interview that Junko told her not to worry and that she would be back home soon. That would unfortunately be the last time that she would ever hear her daughter's voice. To keep his parents from reporting the group to police, Shinji actually forced Junko to act as his girlfriend when she was in their presence. Shinji had reportedly become increasingly violent towards his parents in the time leading up to Junko's abduction, and they were actually fearful of his Yakuza connections, though they were becoming increasingly suspicious of what was occurring under their roof. Neither Shinji's parents nor his brother contacted the police or tried to intervene in any way to stop what was going on to Junko, later claiming that the reason they didn't do anything was because they were scared of retaliation. Junko would spend over 40 days in captivity, where she would be mercilessly and sickeningly tortured and raped hundreds of times. The group even summoned others to the home to join in on the abuse. On one of these occasions, Junko tried to escape, but she was unfortunately caught and had a pillow placed over her face before being gang raped once again. One of the sadistic monsters who was present during this particular attack later reported that Junko was in an almost catatonic state and that she stared blankly at the ceiling while being assaulted. The level of abuse Junko suffered at the hands of the group is far too graphic to describe in detail, and some of the things that I have read actually made me have to step away from my computer while reading it. What I can say is that she was sexually assaulted and sodomized with numerous objects, including scissors and, in one case, a lit match, which ended up not only maiming her, but it left her with no control of her bowel or bladder functions. Junko was also degraded and humiliated by the group. They would later go on to tell police details of how they abused her, with these acts being too numerous and too gruesome to list in the entry here. Among some of these disturbing actions, the group admitted to force-feeding her alcohol and milk in excess, beating her with golf clubs while she was hung from the ceiling, and burning various parts of her body, including her genitals and eyelids, with cigarettes and hot wax. And that is just the tame things that was done to this girl. Junko was also ordered to dance naked for the group's amusement and would be left to sleep on the balcony in the winter with no clothing. Junko would attempt escape multiple times during the weeks she was held prisoner, and on one occasion she managed to use a phone to call the police. However, the group soon caught her and swiftly disconnected the line, and as punishment, the group set her legs on fire using lighter fluid. As a result of this, Junko would go into convulsions, but managed to survive this attack. The burns, unsurprisingly, did significant damage to her legs and left her unable to walk. She was confined upstairs in Shinji's house for the remainder of her captivity. By the end of December, over a month into her captivity, Junko was in a constant state of agony. She was severely disabled by the numerous beatings and burns that she had endured. She was also severely malnourished, bleeding internally, and incapable of digesting any kind of food. She could also no longer breathe through her nose due to a blood clot. The group would go on to say how often she told them to just kill her and end her suffering. And while that may sound dramatic to some, you have to realize that by this point, Junko's face was so swollen that she was completely unrecognizable. Her captors also claimed that her disfigured body gave off a rotting odor, likely due to the numerous untreated infections. Instead of having the basic human instinct to help Junko, the group instead found her to be repulsive. To regain sexual gratification for them, the group kidnapped and gang raped another 19-year-old woman whom they freed after the assault was over. This leads us to the events of January 4th, 1989. The details of what happened that day are somewhat murky. Some sources report that Junko had beaten Hiroshi at a game of mahjong, which caused him to fly into a rage and attack her, while others say that he had been beaten at the game by an unknown third party the night before, and he took the anger he felt at the loss out on Junko. Regardless of the exact series of events, what we do know is that Hiroshi and the other boys set about savagely beating Junko. Hiroshi doused her entire body with lighter fluid and lit a match. Her entire body was set on fire, and as she desperately attempted to put the fire out, she ultimately fell unconscious. The group then set about beating her with iron barbells and pouring hot wax into her eyelids. All of this was going on while Junko was still on fire. As the burns covering her body began to bleed and leak pus, the group wrapped their fist with plastic bags and continued punching her mutilated body. At one point during this vicious assault, somebody would end up kicking Junko into a nearby stereo unit, causing her to suffer convulsions. This brutal attack would last for over 2 hours, and ultimately, in a morbid way, me saying thankfully by this point, Junko finally succumbed to her numerous injuries. And I only say thankfully because she didn't have to endure that torture that they clearly were never going to stop. Joe Agura apparently laughed as he recounted the moment he and the others realized that Junko was dead. "When I came back to the house, the girl was dead. So I lit a cigarette and put it next to her nose, and the smoke didn't move at all. And that's how I knew that she was dead." The group, now registering the fact that they had just murdered their prisoner, set about disposing of Junko's body. They wrapped her bloodied corpse in blankets and stuffed her into a 55-gallon oil drum, filling it with wet cement. The drum was later dumped in Kodo City, a little under 80 kilometers or 50 miles away. This method of disposal led to Junko being referred to as the concrete-encased girl. They claimed Junko would often mention to her captors how she regretted not being able to watch her final episode of Tombo, the show that she had been traveling home to watch the night that she was abducted. Hiroshi reportedly found a videotape of this episode following her death and entombed it alongside her body. But he didn't do this as some final feeble attempt at remorse or pity. No, instead, Hiroshi would later explain that he did this solely to prevent him being haunted by Junko's ghost. A little over 2 weeks after murdering Junko and dumping her remains, on the 23rd of January, 1989, Hiroshi and Agura were both arrested on separate charges. The 19-year-old girl that they had kidnapped and gang-raped in December had gone to the police to report the attack. During their investigation, police discovered women's underwear and believed that it could be related to the murder of a different woman that had occurred in November of the previous year, 9 days before Junko's kidnapping. While interrogating Hiroshi, police asked whether he was involved in the woman's murder. Hiroshi mistakenly believed that they were actually referring to Junko, and perhaps assuming that Agura had already folded, he began to confess to murdering Junko and dumping her body in Kodo City. Shocked by this revelation, police would find the drum containing Junko's remains the following day. She was able to be identified through her fingerprints, and the DNA recovered from her body implicated several people, including the 4 main perpetrators. The identities of the 4 defendants were initially protected by the court under Japan's juvenile law, as they were legally minors at the time of Junko's murder. Despite this, journalists from the area were quick to uncover and publish their names, stating that they didn't feel the boys had any right to anonymity after committing such heinous crimes, and I couldn't agree more. None of the boys would confess to the murder. Instead, they pled guilty to committing bodily injury that resulted in death. They claimed that while they had intentionally beaten Junko, they had never intended to kill her. Given everything that I have told you prior, I have no idea how they could possibly think that. The ringleader of the group, Hiroshi, was sentenced in July of 1990. He was given the lengthiest sentence of the 4 boys due to his large role in the crime, receiving 17 years in prison, later upgraded to 20 years after an appeal to the Tokyo High Court. And I understand, a 20-year sentence isn't long enough, but it is the second longest sentence a person can receive in Japanese law before life imprisonment. Hiroshi walked free in 2009, though he was rearrested in January of 2013 for wire fraud. He would later be released without charge due to insufficient evidence, and now repeatedly maintains a lavish lifestyle with open links to the criminal underworld. Journalists with an interest in Junko's case have attempted to track down Hiroshi in the years since, with some believing they've interacted with him under an assumed name. Those who have managed to speak to him says that he is unwilling to talk about Junko's murder. Shinji Minato, whose parents owned the home where Junko was tortured and ultimately murdered, was handed a sentence of 4 to 6 years, though this was upgraded to a 5 to 9 year sentence. Shinji's brother, who some believe was complicit in Junko's fate, wasn't charged in connection to this case, and neither were his parents. In fact, he would move back in with his mother following his release from prison, and in 2018, at the age of 46, Shinji was rearrested for the attempted murder of a man in the same city where Junko was abducted. He was alleged to have beaten the man who was a complete stranger with a baton before slashing his throat. Shinji's defense struck a haunting chord with those familiar with Junko's case. "I certainly stabbed him and beat him, but I did not intend to kill him." That certainly sounds familiar, doesn't it? The victim in this instance would actually go on to make a full recovery, and Shinji was only handed 18 months in prison with 3 years of probation. Joe Agura, who was 17 at the time of Junko's murder, was given 8 years in a juvenile prison before being released in 1999. He would continue to boast about his role in the crime, supposedly going on to join a gang, and he would be rearrested in 2004 for assaulting a man that he thought was seeing his girlfriend. It's alleged that he kidnapped and beat the man for hours, telling him, "I'll kill you. I have killed before." Agura served a 4-year prison sentence before walking free in 2009. Yasushi Watanabe, the final member to be charged, was initially handed a 3 to 4 year prison term before, much like the others, it was upgraded to a 5 to 7 year term. He was released from prison in 1996, and little is known about his life since. But it's been reported that he has been in no further trouble and has seemingly gone straight. This case and subsequent sentencing clearly sparked outrage throughout Japan, with many feeling that Junko's murderers did not face true justice, something that many, including myself after reading this, agree with. People wondered why law enforcement failed to act, given that both Junko and her parents made numerous attempts to contact police. Considering the type of person Junko was, a popular student and hardworking employee, it was completely out of character for her to disappear from her life like this. Yet her absence was not properly investigated. In fact, it would later come to light that one of the boys Shinji had called to the home had actually contacted the police to inform them that one of his classmates was holding a girl captive. He claimed that he had been bullied into raping and torturing Junko, and he gave them the address where she was being kept. Police would dispatch 2 officers to the residence in mid-December, yet Shinji's parents denied that there was any girl inside. The family even invited the officers to do a thorough search, but they declined, satisfied that this invitation alone was sufficient proof that there was nothing sinister going on. In their reports, the officers noted that they conducted a preliminary search, though it's unclear what exactly this entailed, if one even occurred at all. This report to police came 20 days into Junko's captivity, and their refusal to act led to Junko being tortured for a further 20 days. Many believe that had police thoroughly investigated this lead, Junko would have been rescued. The 2 officers who were dispatched to the home supposedly were fired after the discovery of Junko's body, but this is unconfirmed. Shockingly, there were actually several reports from the time that depicted Junko as a delinquent who was willingly involved with all of the boys with this crime, as opposed to being the innocent victim that she truly was. Due to this and how the sentencing of the boys was handled, the Japanese public was furious that the death penalty had not been considered due to Japan's juvenile law. Many would refer to the earlier case of Norio Nagayama, who stole a pistol and actually murdered 4 people when he was 19 years old, and legally he was considered a minor. Despite a lower court's refusal to consider capital punishment in his case, the Supreme Court would go on to order a retrial, and in 1983, it was ruled that such a sentence could be considered in the cases of juveniles who had committed atrocious and callous acts. Nagayama would eventually be put to death for those crimes that he committed as a juvenile, which led people to wonder why such a consideration was not made for the perpetrators in Junko's case. Some even theorized that the Yakuza may have actually had some involvement in the boys receiving such lenient sentences, though there is no solid proof of this, and this is simply conjecture. Junko's parents were understandably furious following the trials. They won a civil suit filed against Shinji's parents for failing to intervene and prevent their daughter's death while she was being held captive in their home. It's also reported that the civil court ordered Hiroshi's mother to pay the Furuta family 50 million yen in compensation, which is roughly 370,000 US dollars. She raised the money by selling the family home, though it is unclear if the Furutas ever received any money. There's also another rumor that one of the boys' mothers went on to deface Junko's grave, blaming her for ruining their sons' lives, though it is unclear who committed the supposed vandalism. Junko would be laid to rest on the 2nd of April in 1989, surrounded by her loved ones. The employer Junko was about to start working for gave her parents the uniform that she would have worn, and they placed that in her casket. Junko's school principal also presented her parents with her high school diploma. Online memorials are still held actively to this day over 30 years later, and it is abundantly clear that Junko Furuta is still missed terribly by those who knew her. The case of Junko Furuta is heartbreaking. A young woman who was so deeply cared for was stolen from those who loved her by pure evil. Though her name is now synonymous with her excruciating final months and the monsters who imposed them on her, she deserves to be remembered for who she was in life, a successful and driven young woman with big dreams and an entire future ahead of her, a future that she would tragically never get to live. It was just past 7 a.m. in a small region of Delhi, India, when the loud honking of a milk truck parked outside of a grocery store had begun to draw the attention of locals. The driver was attempting to contact the owners to alert them that their delivery had arrived, but was receiving no response. One resident to notice this was a neighbor of a local family who was making his way to their home to greet his friend. While usually punctual, the man's friend was nowhere to be seen, and he was instead met with a silent house and an open front door. What he would discover upon stepping inside the home would shock him and go on to be a tragedy that would forever haunt the region of Burari. By all accounts, the Chundawats were a successful middle-class Indian family. Originally from Rajasthan, the majority of the family would later relocate to Burari, where Bhavanash, the eldest son of the family, would go on to open a grocery store. His younger brother Lalit operated a plywood business in the area, and neighbors reported that both ventures were doing very well. The brothers resided together in a 2-story house in the Sant Najar neighborhood with 9 other family members spanning 3 generations. This included their mother, Narayani, their sisters, their wives, their niece, and their children, 2 of whom were just teenagers. They had lived in the area for decades and were well known to the neighbors, with many of them regarding the family highly. This is why the events of Sunday, July 1st, 2018 came as a shock to everyone acquainted with the Chundawats. One of their neighbors had gone to visit the residence around 7:15 in the morning, noticing that the family's grocery and plywood shops had not yet opened for the day and their deliveries had not been collected. This struck him as odd. The Chundawats were reliable people, and they typically began work between 5 and 5:30 in the morning. It was standard practice for the neighbor and Lalit Chundawat to go on a morning walk together. So, as the neighbor approached the house to greet his friend, the neighbor discovered that the main door to the house was open, and he simply stepped inside. The scene within the Chundawat family home was as bizarre as it was disturbing. The neighbor discovered that the main door to the house was wide open, and being that he was a friend of the entire family, he stepped inside and was met with an eerie and complete silence. No sounds of people talking amongst each other, no sounds of teenagers running around, no sounds of a TV or radio playing, just complete and utter silence. As the neighbor made his way further into the home, he quickly discovered all 11 members of the household were dead, with 10 of them being discovered hanging from an iron gate in the hallway ceiling. 9 of the 10 hung in an almost circular formation. They were blindfolded, their mouths were taped, and their hands and feet were bound. Cotton wool was also found stuffed in their ears, and stools laid beneath their feet. The 10th descendant to be found in this room, Lalit's wife, did not have the same bindings or blindfolds as her relatives, while Narayani, the eldest family member and matriarch of the Chundawat family, lay dead in an adjoining room, seemingly having been strangled. A belt and a long headscarf were both recovered from her body, where they had been wrapped, with one end being around a door handle on the other side of the room and the other being around her neck. The only member of the household to be located alive was the family's pet dog. He was found tied to a fence on the roof of the house. He was found to be running a high fever and barking repeatedly. Upon being found, the dog was immediately relocated to an animal dispensary in a nearby town to be cared for. The discovery of the bodies was extremely gruesome for all concerned. Rajiv Tomar, the first constable on the scene on that fateful day, said of the incident, "It was shocking. I stayed only for about 10 to 15 seconds before rushing downstairs to call my seniors. At the time, I did not see whose hands were tied and whose eyes were covered. I just saw a lot of bodies hanging, just like branches of a tree." 11 members of the same family were now dead under very mysterious circumstances, and the Burari police had a mammoth task ahead of them to find out exactly what had happened. At around noon, following the discovery of the bodies, police began to comb through the house for leads as to exactly what had happened to cause the death of the Chundawat family. Murder was, of course, the initial theory of many fresh on the scene, given the fact that the majority of the dead had been bound, gagged, and blindfolded, and Narayani had been apparently strangled. Police first surmised that a killer, or killers, may have massacred the family before fleeing out of the open door, that the neighbor would later, unfortunately, stumble upon while looking for Lalit. It could also be argued that due to Narayani's advanced age of 77, she would supposedly have been easier to overpower than her younger family members, and wouldn't necessarily require extensive restraints. Police also discovered a packet of milk inside of the fridge and some chana dal, a dish consisting of split chickpeas soaking in the kitchen, which they believed the family were keeping for their next meal. Cash and gold that was kept within the home was also undisturbed, and the deceased women were found to still be wearing all of their jewelry, so robbery was ruled out as a motive. It was also found that the family's phones had all been charged the day prior to their deaths, presumably by Lalit. The official investigations into the deaths would soon build steam when police encountered a series of handwritten notes kept within the Chundawat home. These notes came in the form of 11 diaries, and many of the entries mentioned finding mass salvation through a final ritual involving the same methods used in the deaths. A police commissioner on the scene was quoted as saying, "We have found handwritten notes detailing how hands and legs are to be tied and are quite similar to the manner in which the bodies of the 10 persons were found." It was determined that these diaries had been maintained for 11 years and held over a decade's worth of instructions, mostly written in third person. Some of these pages were released to the press. Though these 11 diaries provided a solid lead for investigators, they also threw up many questions. It was initially unclear who had written them and exactly why. Though police strongly considered these notes to be of an occult nature, ultimately though, the answers to these questions would come from an event that occurred 11 years prior to the deaths, something that shook one particular member of the Chundawat family to his core. 2007 saw a different kind of tragedy befall the Chundawats when Bhopal Singh, the family's patriarch, passed away from a respiratory illness. Though it is unclear when exactly this occurred, we do know that his and Narayani's youngest son, Lalit, began to keep diaries soon after. Lalit was reportedly very close with his father and found his passing to be extremely difficult to cope with. It is believed that this is when Lalit began to engage in spiritualism. Friends and family of Lalit also stated that he had lost his voice a few years earlier following a violent attack at his workplace, only then to regain his speech after following prayers that he said were handed down from his father in a dream. Police discovered logs containing several notes with similar dreams where Lalit had expressed his belief that he was a conduit for his deceased father. Reports from friends and neighbors to police at the time also backed this up. Dhruv, Bhavanesh's 15-year-old son, one of the two teenagers found inside of the home, would often mention to his friends that his uncle Lalit was often possessed by his grandfather's spirit. Officials working on the case were of the opinion that Lalit had suffered from a psychotic delusion which manifested itself into an intense spiritual belief that he was possessed by his late father. Handwriting analysis performed on the diaries determined that they had been written by Lalit's niece, Priyanka, and dictated by Lalit, who believed he was passing on instructions to the family from the former patriarch. One entry from May of 2013 reads, "Take care of your mistakes. Don't feel bad about the mistakes that you have made. Accept them and move on. Resolve financial and mental problems together." As mentioned earlier, many of these entries also outline the exact method of death that each family member endured, right down to Narayani, where it was written that Bibi, or grandmother, was permitted to lie down in the other room to perform the ritual as she was too frail to stand on a stool. Another entry from these letters includes, "One person should do the work of tying the knot, hands apart and mouth apart. There should be 9 people on the grate, the baby should be on a separate stool, and mother should be on a separate table." The baby that is being referred to was actually Lalit and Bhavanesh's younger sister, Pratibha. There are also references in the diaries to a ritual where a person or persons form the shape of a banyan tree, a greatly respected tree in India with long hanging branches. The notes assert that performing this ritual would make God happy. Dates and times were also specified, with one entry dating back to October 21st, 2013, which mentions there being 5 years remaining. Another note that was made mentioned of the hour before midnight and 1 a.m. An autopsy that was performed on the family determined that the time of death to be at approximately 1 a.m. One officer later spoke of these notes, saying, "Almost every step mentioned in these notes seemed to have been religiously followed by the family." Police ultimately ruled out foul play and concluded that the deaths were a mass suicide brought on by a shared psychosis, likely stemming from Lalit. CCTV footage from an opposite home also captured the family gathering items like stools and electrical wire in the hours before their passing. These items would later be discovered with their bodies, along with the evidence of their final meal, which the family had had delivered. The tapes also failed to show any outsider entering the property on the night in question. One of the saddest aspects of this case is that the family likely did not expect to die. Some of the diary entries include instructions for after the ritual was performed, including who will untie who, and the writing suggested that the family, or at the very least Lalit, believed that his father's spirit would return to save them from death. The final entry from the diary was made just days before the tragedy. Father has said that we would feel a jerk at the last minute. The sky would shake, the earth would shiver, but do not be scared. Chant louder, I will save you. Help each other to climb down. You will not die. In fact, you will have to achieve something bigger. A psychological autopsy reported that there was an absence of intention to commit suicide. Despite the police ruling out the possibility of foul play, many unanswered questions continue to surround the case. The mass suicide theory's most vocal critic was Dinesh Singh, the surviving brother of Lalit and Bhavanesh. Dinesh had not relocated to Burari with the rest of the family and was living in Rajasthan at the time of their deaths. He firmly believes that his loved ones did not commit suicide, but instead were murdered. He and his sister, who spoke to Lalit the day prior to the deaths, reject the official police findings. They state that they had no knowledge of their brother's intense spiritual connection with their late father, and instead believe that there is some kind of conspiracy going on. Dinesh asserts that the investigation was insufficient, stating, "We are not satisfied with what the police are saying, that they died while carrying out the ritual. But how much do I fight? I am alone in this battle, and the police do not have any answers to my questions." Dinesh also points out to a few factors which do not support the suicide theory. He refuted the finding that his mother, Nayarani, had perished due to a partial hanging from a wardrobe door handle, claiming that it would have been too weak to support anyone's weight. He also questions how it would be possible that Lalit and his wife Tina's hands were bound, and believes that if they were the ones responsible for tying the others up, their hands should be open and untied. Not only that, but Dinesh's niece, Priyanka, who was among the dead, had gotten engaged merely days before her passing, and Dinesh maintains that she was excited for her wedding the following year. He wept as he explained to journalists, "We were so happy and excited about Priyanka's wedding. We were all eagerly waiting and making plans." Skeptics of the mass suicide theory also refer to the lack of any suicide note as being bizarre. Some contend that this was a murder-suicide, believing that Lalit and possibly Tina killed their relatives before staging them in a banyan tree formation, and then ending their own lives. Those against the police's theory of mass psychosis argue that two seemingly aware 15-year-olds would not have willingly committed suicide purely due to their uncle's instructions. Some sources also report that the children's feet were actually touching the ground when their bodies were discovered hanging, though this was unconfirmed by police. Others note the consistency of the number 11 throughout this case. There were 11 bodies that had been found, with 11 diaries maintained over the span of 11 years. The Chundawat family had recently had some piping installed in their home, and the photos of the crime scene that were later circulated online showed 11 pipes protruding from the walls of the house, which some believe is no coincidence. Dinesh denies that this has any connection to the case, however, explaining that they were purely there for ventilation purposes and that it had been his idea to have them installed. Another avenue that police did explore was whether or not the family had been brainwashed and lured into a mass suicide by a spiritualist named Gada Baba. Police would later reveal that while they believed the family, and in particular Lalit, had been following Gada Baba, he was ruled out of having any involvement in their deaths. The mysterious nature of the Chundawat deaths has compounded the grief for the few surviving relatives. Dinesh's daughter describes the grief of losing 5 of her cousins, saying, "We used to chat almost on a daily basis, and sometimes I feel an urge to call them, but there is no one now. That void will never be filled." Regardless of whether you believe that the Chundawat family was murdered by an unknown entity, or suffered a shared psychosis, their deaths are unimaginably tragic. All we can say for certain is that in one night, 11 members spanning 3 generations of the same family lost their lives. Their passing leaves a great hole in the lives of those who knew them, particularly for their remaining family, who will have to carry on without ever truly understanding why such a tragedy came to haunt them. At 8:15 p.m. on the evening of February 9th, 1994, a 31-year-old woman named Gloria Cecilia Ramirez was rushed into the emergency department of Riverside General Hospital in Riverside, California. She was suffering from heart palpitations and her breathing was irregular. Gloria was in the end stage of terminal cervical cancer, so problems with her heart and breathing would not be unusual. What happened next, however, was... As the staff of Riverside General raced to stabilize Gloria, several of them began to feel sick. They noticed a strange smell coming from Gloria's body and mysterious particles floating in her blood. A nurse fainted, followed by a medical resident, and then a respiratory therapist. The hospital staff evacuated all of the emergency patients except Gloria to the parking lot. Only a skeleton crew remained behind, fighting to save her life. It was unfortunately a battle that they would lose. At 8:50 p.m., Gloria Cecilia Ramirez was pronounced dead. She left behind 2 children, ages 9 and 12. The events surrounding her death made 23 people sick and sent 5 of them to the hospital, one of them being in intensive care for 2 weeks. Gloria's autopsy would be conducted by pathologists wearing protective suits and gas masks. And in the wake of that February night, there would be one question on everyone's mind. What happened to Gloria Ramirez? There unfortunately isn't a lot of information about her online, other than her death. She died young when the internet was in its infancy, and the bizarre way that she died overshadowed everything else about her. When the Los Angeles Times covered her funeral, it described her as living in relative obscurity, right before reminding everyone in the same sentence about her dramatic death. It seems that the only part of Gloria's life the world finds interesting is how it ended. The things that we do know about Gloria was that she was married at one point and that marriage ended. Some sources say that she was living with a second husband at the time of her death. We know that she had 2 children from a previous marriage, a 12-year-old girl and a 9-year-old boy, both of whom lived with her. We know that she had a sister, Maggie, who escorted those children to Gloria's funeral and spoke to reporters on behalf of the family. By all accounts, Gloria was friendly and quick with a joke, the kind of person who had a smile for everyone she met. Gloria Ramirez was someone people would miss. She was one of the least toxic people you'd ever meet. It was ironic then that she'd become known to the world as the Toxic Lady. Going back to the night that she died, on the evening of February 19th, an ambulance rushed Gloria to Riverside General. She had been complaining of severe chest pains, vomiting, and shortness of breath. She was confused and in pain. Although she had been diagnosed with terminal cancer, she was expected to live at least a couple more years. In the ambulance, paramedics hooked Gloria up to a ventilator and started an IV. By the time she was wheeled into the hospital, she'd gotten worse. She was barely conscious and her speech was slurred. She didn't seem to know where she was or what was going on. Her heart was hammering rapidly and she was struggling to breathe. The medical staff injected her with sedatives, including Valium and Ativan. When she didn't respond to the injections, they pulled out the defibrillator. Susan Kane, a registered nurse, noticed an oily sheen on Gloria's skin. Other nurses and doctors noticed it too, and they reported smelling a almost fruity garlic-like odor on Gloria's breath. Kane picked up a syringe to draw a blood sample, but when the needle slid into Gloria's skin, Kane was hit with a powerful smell of ammonia. If you've ever sprayed a bottle of Windex, you know the smell I'm talking about. Since human bodies are not supposed to smell like window cleaner on the inside, Kane passed the syringe to Dr. Maureen Welch, a respiratory therapist, who took a sniff and agreed. Welch passed the syringe to Julia Gorginski, a medical resident, who looked closely at the collection tube and noticed tiny manila-colored crystals floating in the freshly drawn blood. And that's when Kane fainted. Kane was taken out of the room as the rest of the team kept trying to shock Gloria's heart into beating normally. Then Gorginski complained that she felt nauseous. She left the trauma room and sat down at a nurse's desk to recover. A staff member asked her if she was okay, but before she could answer, she passed out. Shortly thereafter, Welch passed out too. That was the last straw for Riverside General. Orders came down to evacuate the emergency room. Patients and staff were hustled out into the parking lot on a very chilly night, except for a handful of people who were still working to save Gloria. 35 minutes after she entered the ER, Gloria was declared dead. Her body was placed in an aluminum container and she was removed from the hospital. TV news crews arrived at about the same time as the Riverside County Hazardous Materials team, and the story of the mysterious woman knocking people out with her fumes immediately began to spread. And then Gloria was dubbed the Toxic Lady. But despite the panic sweeping Southern California, the hazmat teams searching the emergency room didn't find anything out of the ordinary. They searched for every toxic substance they knew how to test for, and they came up empty. There was nothing in the ER that could have knocked out 3 people and sickened many more, leading many to think that it must be something about Gloria. 10 days later, pathologists with the Riverside County Coroner's Office donned protective suits, strapped on respirators, and entered a specially sealed room to autopsy Gloria's body. There, they sampled everything that they could: her blood, her tissue, even the air from the body bag that she had arrived in. And they found nothing. What they did find on Gloria was advanced cervical cancer and the kidney failure that had ultimately killed her. However, patients with cervical cancer and kidney failure do not usually knock out medical staff with their body odor. But something had happened. Julia Gorginski was still in intensive care. Her symptoms included difficulty breathing, inflammation of her liver and pancreas, and necrosis in the bone marrow in her legs that left her unable to walk and would require at least 3 different surgeries. Other people in the ER that night reported a laundry list of ailments: dizziness, fainting, burning sensations on their skin, nausea, trouble breathing, tremors, and even paralysis. What could do all of that to 23 people without leaving a trace? Riverside County authorities were very slow to release information to the public. 2 months after Gloria died, her family demanded an independent autopsy. Dr. Richard Fukumoto performed this second examination, or rather, he tried to. The body had been kept in terrible conditions and it was extremely decomposed. On top of everything else, Gloria's heart was missing. Dr. Fukumoto didn't find anything that would explain the events of what happened on that fateful night. And unfortunately, with the lack of any solid conclusion, theories were bound to come. 3 theories were proposed for what happened to Gloria. The first was that Gloria swallowed some kind of poison, potentially a pesticide, in an attempt to end her life. Many pesticides contain a dangerous chemical called organophosphate that could have caused some of the symptoms in the hospital staff. But there are several problems with this theory. For one thing, Gloria's family insisted she was not suicidal, and while they are not exactly neutral observers, it's worth noting that no evidence organophosphate was found in her home. And while pesticides could have caused some of the symptoms reported by the hospital staff, most of those symptoms show up in people who actually swallow the chemicals. So unless people in the emergency room were somehow drinking fluids that came out of Gloria's body, the pesticide theory doesn't add up. The second theory was the one proposed by California's Department of Health and Human Services. The department sent Dr. Anna Marie Osorio and Kristen Waller to the hospital to give out surveys and interview people who'd been there that night. The two investigators found that everyone's blood samples were normal, and that they also noticed that the majority of hospital staff who reported symptoms were women, including all 3 people who passed out. In September of 1994, the state released a report claiming that Gloria had died of cervical cancer and nothing else, and that the hospital staff's symptoms were all caused by mass sociogenic illness, or, as it's otherwise known, mass hysteria. However, the staff of Riverside General didn't see it that way and actually took it as an insult to their profession. Susan Kane, the nurse who was first to lose consciousness, said, "I've worked in an emergency room for 7 years and I've never had anything like this happen." Julie Gorginski filed a $6 million lawsuit against the hospital, claiming the investigation had been botched and pointing out that mass hysteria was the culprit didn't explain what happened to her. Being afraid or panicked, which is what this can be boiled down to, can include symptoms that were exhibited by people at the hospital, such as intense discomfort, an upset stomach, feeling nauseous, having a headache. However, being afraid and panicked doesn't typically cause bone marrow to rot. So the theory of it being mass hysteria for a lot of people, including myself, doesn't add up. The third theory may be the most compelling. It comes from the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. The Livermore team was invited to look at the autopsy and the toxicology reports. They found a lot in Gloria's system that would be expected, including painkillers like acetaminophen, lidocaine, and codeine, all normal things for someone with end-stage cancer. But one chemical surprised them, a compound called dimethylsulfone, or DMSO2. The compound showed up in the air above the blood in the collection tube, and it's known to form crystals at room temperature. If Gloria had DMSO2 in her blood when it was drawn, it could have formed the crystals that Gorginski saw. But the question then was, how did DMSO2 get into Gloria's blood? Without getting too far into the chemistry of all this, because I confused myself when researching it, the easiest way for DMSO2 to get into someone's blood is for them to ingest a parent compound called dimethyl sulfoxide, or DMSO. Now, DMSO is primarily used as an industrial degreaser, but it has some medical uses, mostly because it is unusually good at getting through human skin without damaging it, so it is sometimes used to deliver medications. Gloria, however, didn't have any medical conditions that would cause her doctor to prescribe her a treatment that used DMSO. In the 1980s, DMSO was promoted as an alternative cancer treatment. Because of this, it quickly became a home remedy to deal with cancer pain, even though the FDA referred to it as more having a placebo effect than actually doing anything. People would rub DMSO gel on their skin to alleviate pain. However, the gel would leave a very oily residence, and it smelled a lot like garlic. Exactly what was described with Gloria. But the problems that arise from this is that fumes from DMSO gel don't exactly knock out people from their scent. As I mentioned earlier, Gloria's official cause of death was labeled as kidney failure, which is not a quick process. Her failing kidneys could have caused a urinary blockage, making it possible for the DMSO on her body to build up instead of filtering out through her urine. That could explain the sheen that was seen on her skin and the smell on her breath. When the paramedics gave her oxygen in the ambulance, that could have combined with the DMSO in her blood to form DMSO2, which would explain the crystals. And remember that defibrillator that was used to shock Gloria's heart? The Livermore team claimed that the electric shocks converted some of the DMSO2 into dimethyl sulfate, and that is called DMSO4. And DMSO4 is very, very nasty stuff. I'm going to summarize this even more than DMSO2 because I'm already confusing myself with this amount of chemistry. I will summarize DMSO4 by saying that it is so poisonous and so corrosive to human lungs that it was actually investigated as a possible nerve gas during the First World War. It causes cancer and genetic mutations. Unlike the other chemicals we've talked about, DMSO4 doesn't have a strong smell, but even at low concentrations, it can make people sick. At high concentrations, it can kill. Of the three theories, the Livermore explanation seems to be the strongest. In fact, for some people, it is an answer to what happened to Gloria. It's actually even starting to make its way into textbooks for forensic science, but no explanation about it is perfect. There are, of course, others who were there or who have heard this story who do not agree with that theory, Gloria's family being one of them. They insist that she did not use DMSO, and it wasn't found in her home. While again, DMSO is a popular alternative treatment for cancer pain, there haven't been any other cases similar to the toxic lady in nearly 30 years since Gloria died. Ultimately, all we have is a guess. And unfortunately, a guess isn't good enough. We'll probably never know exactly what happened in that emergency room of Riverside General that night. There are no more samples to test, and Gloria has been laid to rest. All we have now are guesses and theories. I have considered using this story in the past, but always turned away from it due to the amount of chemistry involved and having such a heavy medical background. I didn't think I would be able to correctly discuss all of the information, and even now I have no idea if I did this story justice. What I did want to do is bring more attention to this case, simply because this poor woman is more widely known as an offensive nickname like the Toxic Lady, rather than who she was, Gloria Cecilia Ramirez. A loving mother, sister, daughter, and friend. Someone who was fighting a losing battle, yet still managed to bring a smile to people's faces. Robert Eric Wone is a name that has not only kept many up at night, but has also basked in the unforeseen space of mystery for over 16 years. The events that transpired on August 2nd, 2006 are still debated to this day, and the frustrating lack of any resolution has led to YouTubers, podcasters, and even major networks covering extensively into what exactly happened that night, and in hopes that someday there will be justice for the young man who was described as a sweet, caring, and hard-working individual. To understand everything, let me take you back to the night it all started. On August 2nd, 2006, after a long night of working, Robert Eric Wone stayed the night at the home of his friend from college, Joseph Price. Price lived there with his partner, Victor Zaborski, as well as Dylan Ward. Joseph, Victor, and Dylan were in a polyamorous relationship. Joseph was aware that Robert would be staying that night due to him working late and him not wanting to go home to possibly wake up his wife. According to Joseph, things were pretty normal for that evening, and shortly after Robert arrived, he went upstairs to get ready for bed. Robert had arrived at Joseph's near 10:30 p.m., and a little over 30 minutes later, around 11, neighbors reported hearing screaming coming from the house, and were sure that their recollection of the time was correct due to them watching the 11 o'clock news when they heard the scream. It was later discovered that the scream came from Victor, and less than an hour later, at 11:49 p.m., a phone call was made to 911.
DC Emergency 911, operator 6752. Do you need police, fire, or ambulance?
Immediately. We need an ambulance.
What's wrong, ma'am?
We had someone that was in our house, evidently, and they stabbed somebody.
Okay, somebody's inside the house now?
I don't know. We heard.
Are they bleeding? You see someone bleeding?
Someone is bleeding in our house.
Okay, where's they bleeding from?
I think in the stomach.
In the stomach? Is he cautious? Calm down for me. I'm going to send some help, okay? Female or male?
It's a male. He's a friend of ours. He was spending the night with us.
Okay, and who was the person that stabbed him? Do you know? Is he conscious?
We need an ambulance.
Ma'am, listen to me.
He's not conscious.
He's not conscious at all?
No. We need someone right now.
Is he breathing? Listen to me. Calm down. I'm going to help you, okay? Is he breathing?
I'm upstairs, and he's downstairs. I don't know.
Okay, who's downstairs with him?
My partner is downstairs with him right now. He told me to go upstairs and call the police immediately. I just went to the stairs.
Okay, who's the person? Okay, I'm sending paramedics and the police. Okay, who's the person that stabbed him?
I don't know. We think it's somebody with an intruder in the house. We heard the chime at the door.
And it's 15, ma'am, calm down. 1509 Swan Street, Northwest. Am I correct?
Yes, it is.
The person that stabbed him, is he still in the home?
I don't know.
Okay, we got help en route, okay?
Pardon me?
We have help en route.
Thank you. They're here.
They are en route to you now. I'm sending the police and the paramedics, okay, to assist. Okay, what I need you to do is go downstairs, okay? The place wherever he was stabbed at, I need you to get a dry cloth, okay? And just apply pressure to that area. If he was wherever he was stabbed at on his body, I need you to take a towel downstairs while you're waiting for the paramedics to arrive and just apply pressure. Even if the rag or towel is saturated with blood, just get another towel and put it on top, but never lift the first towel off the area. Hold it on. Once it gets filled up with blood, just put another towel on top of that and just apply pressure until the paramedics arrive. Yes.
On the leg.
Yeah.
We're stabbed in the heart.
In the heart?
Yes. In the center of his chest.
Okay. Is he breathing?
Is he breathing?
We have help en route now, okay? You don't know who it was?
No idea. So don't touch this.
Okay, is he breathing?
He's breathing, but he needs help now.
Okay, we have help en route, ma'am, okay? We do have help en route. Okay, just go down there and try to tell your husband or your the other half to just try to keep him calm and talk to him, okay?
6 minutes later, EMTs, along with several police officers, arrived at the house and began working on saving Robert. When they entered the bedroom that he was staying in, Robert was found to be sitting upright in the bed and suspiciously appeared to have recently showered, as his body and hair were still damp. Robert had been stabbed 3 times in the chest, and yet there was very little blood in his bedroom and barely any on him. EMTs quickly rushed Robert out of the house and transported him to a nearby hospital. On the way there, an EMT noticed that there had been puncture wounds on his arm that hadn't been made by medical personnel. Shortly after arriving to the hospital, Robert Eric Wone was pronounced dead at 12:24 a.m., and the subsequent investigation into his death would create a seemingly never-ending trail of questions and very little answers. Immediately after his death, an investigation began, and the first people that police wanted to talk to were the 3 others that were in the house with Robert. And from the start, things appeared unusual, which unfortunately would be a running theme throughout this entire case. When police interviewed Joseph, Victor, and Dylan, the 3 men appeared to have all recently showered, and they all appeared incredibly calm given the situation. It was also noted from the EMTs that when they had arrived at the house, that none of the men showed them where Robert was, and when police examined the bedroom, very little evidence had been discovered. The biggest and arguably most important evidence found from the crime scene was a knife that had been smeared with blood. Yet that would be a problem in and of itself, but I will come back to that later. From the initial investigation, Joseph, Victor, and Dylan all told police the same story, that they had heard a series of grunts coming from Robert's room, and when Victor went to check, he heard footsteps going down the stairs, but he never saw anyone. When Victor opened the door to the bedroom was then when he discovered Robert. They then assumed that an intruder had broken in. The three men speculated that the intruder could have hopped the fence in their backyard and gained entry into the back door, which was left unlocked. All three men stated that they never saw anyone, nor did they hear anyone coming up the stairs. But something police found suspicious is that if there was an intruder, then this person would have had to have walked right past Joseph's bedroom to get to the guest room that Robert was in. Something that didn't make a lot of sense to investigators. The police ended up disregarding the men's story altogether due to a lack of evidence to support their theory of the events. Another red flag for the police was not only due to all three men and Robert having showered recently, but when a cadaver dog got a hit from a dryer lint trap and a patio drain, investigators began to theorize that one of the men had washed themselves off on the back patio and then threw their clothes into the dryer. Then, going back to the knife that was found in the bedroom, police actually suspected that the knife was staged due to the lack of blood in the bedroom, yet the overwhelming amount of blood on the knife. Also, the wound patterns found on Robert didn't fully match that of the knife in the bedroom. Yet, a knife was actually missing from a set that Dylan had kept in his bedroom, and that knife would have been much more consistent with the injuries to Robert. Robert's autopsy showed that he did suffer a degree of suffocation, and that it could have been from a pillow, but ultimately it was the 3 stab wounds to his chest that were the cause of death. But what was found from the autopsy was that there were no signs of defensive wounds on Robert. There was also no evidence of him being restrained, and when his body was discovered, his arms were by his side. But what was found that was also noticed by the EMTs earlier were that there were several puncture wounds on his neck, foot, hand, and chest. Yet frustratingly, after a toxicology report was done, no drugs or toxins had been found. But the police, and many who have read this story, think that there had to be some kind of paralyzing agent injected into Robert that made him helpless to defend himself. I mean, why else, or more so, how else does someone get stabbed multiple times in the chest to then have very little blood around them and no defensive marks on their body? This is exactly one of the many things that has happened with this case that has made it incredibly difficult to solve. Another interesting thing to note is that 3 months after the murder, the brother of Joseph, Michael Price, broke into the same house and along with an accomplice stole over $7,000 worth of valuables. The two were arrested and the charges were ultimately dropped, but the interesting thing to note is that shortly before the burglary happened, police were actually preparing to make an arrest in connection with Robert's case. This was revealed in 2007, stating that the burglary case impacted the arrest that was going to be made. And since then, it has never been publicly said as to who was going to be arrested and what the charges were going to be. And as frustrating as that is, it seems to fit in well with this case, as the overwhelming theme of it is just that, frustrating. And Robert's widow experienced this more than anyone. It appeared that she had continued fighting for resolution, doing interviews with various news agencies expressing her frustration at the lack of any progress and how it had not only been a trying time for herself, but also the families who have been living with no answers or justice for what had happened to Robert. There, however, was some movement in the case in October of 2008. 2 years after the crime, Joseph, Victor, and Dylan were all charged with obstruction of justice and conspiracy, as well as possible future charges of evidence tampering. It all boiled down to investigators not believing that the men didn't play a part in the crime or thereafter. The report on the charges stated that Robert was restrained, incapacitated, assaulted, and murdered in the home, and that the 3 men either played a part directly in those events or by lying to authorities or altering the crime scene. So much so that the report actually stated the evidence was so overwhelming that it was more fitting to be probable cause. The men's lawyers argued that it was all speculation and assumption due to the lack of any actual evidence. And this went back and forth for nearly 2 years. And in June of 2010, the 3 men were found not guilty on any charges. And to this day, nobody has been charged in the death of Robert Eric Wone. Because of the lack of any conclusion, many have speculated and theorized about what could have happened. While many point to the obvious that Joseph, Victor, and Dylan had a part to play in the crime, others have put forth other theories, stating that it could have actually been an intruder, arguing that if someone had broken in and heard 3 men in one room, they may have snuck past that bedroom to loot the rest of the house, unaware that Robert was in the guest room sleeping. If a TV or music were playing, then that could have masked the sounds of potential fighting, if there even were any. It also has to be addressed that not many burglars walk around with paralyzing agents on their person to subdue occupants, so that in and of itself is something that honestly can't be ignored. The puncture wounds, at least to me, are the biggest red flag. Robert had no history of drug use, and for him to have no defensive wounds makes it seem highly suspicious that he was indeed injected with something that caused him not to be able to defend himself. Another theory is that if it were Joseph, Victor, and Dylan behind this attack, many wondered why. Joseph and Robert were very close friends and had known each other for years. Some have actually speculated that Robert was possibly in a romantic or intimate relationship with Joseph, and that night was planned for both of them to have an evening together. But things got out of hand. A lot of this case was actually viewed by many as sexual in nature, and if that were the case, then was it a consensual act occurring, and unfortunately things got carried away so badly that it ended with a man losing his life? Or was this a forceful act, and those responsible knew they would have to keep Robert quiet to avoid any possible ramifications? The perplexing thing that I am going to end this on is that if all 3 men were in fact responsible, none of them flipped on each other. And you do see this all the time when there are multiple people involved in a crime. Police can usually get someone to tell the whole story for a lesser jail sentence, or complete immunity in some cases. On top of that, none of them gave conflicting stories, and while sure they could have come up with the story and made sure they all knew it front to back, it is strange that none of them slipped up on any detail, no matter how small. I am not saying that Joseph, Victor, or Dylan is responsible for what happened to Robert, but I am saying that it is very tough to ignore the facts. That 3 grown men were just a few feet away when one of their friends was being brutally assaulted and murdered, and that no one has any answers. There are few cases that I can actually say have bothered me so much that I actually lost sleep over them. This case, however, is one of, if not the most disturbing case I have read about in not only my career on YouTube, but also since I have been a fan of true crime as a whole. The Dardeen family case is still one that haunts many around the state of Illinois. And what was left in the aftermath were things that many in law enforcement didn't think to be possible for a human being to inflict on another. I am going to say a warning here that this story is not for the faint of heart, and if you are in any way squeamish or easily upset about crimes involving kids, then I would advise you to skip to the timestamp on screen now. For those who have chosen to stay, let us begin our story about the horrors of the Dardeen family. The story begins in 1987 in Ina, Illinois. The Dardeen family consisted of Keith, his wife Elaine, and their 3-year-old son Peter. Elaine and Keith were expecting to add another member to their family as she was 7 months pregnant. The family, for the most part, had a happy and pretty normal life. Keith was a treatment plant operator and Elaine worked at an office supply store. Religion was also a large part of the family's life. Both Keith and Elaine were involved in their local church, Keith being a lead vocalist for a small church band, and Elaine played the piano. The family were noted by the locals as nice and friendly people with a bright future ahead of them. The only trouble that had seemingly been in the family's life was that the area that they lived in had recently seen a spike in violent attacks, as in the prior 2 years there had been a reported 14 homicides in the county that they lived in. This rise in crime had caused many in the area to be more on edge than normal, and even Keith had grown paranoid of the off chance that his family could potentially become victims themselves. Keith was actively looking to move both he and his family out of the area due to this, and according to his mother, grew even more stressed when one particular crime that involved a 10-year-old girl being murdered less than 10 miles away from where they lived. It had gotten so bad for Keith that one night it was reported that Keith refused to open the door to a young woman knocking in the middle of the night, asking if she could use their phone. Keith kept the door locked and refused to let her in or to use their phone. It was something that he wouldn't risk, and honestly, I can't say I fault him for this. While the panic in Keith was growing, it was thought that in the next year or so the family would have moved to a better area. Unfortunately, this would never happen, as the Dardeens' worries became a reality. On November 18, 1987, Keith failed to show up for work. Finding this very out of character for Keith, his boss called his house, and when nobody answered, some concern grew. But people figured that something else could have happened, such as a family emergency. His boss was able to later get in contact with Keith's parents, and neither of them had neither heard nor seen their son that afternoon, nor the day prior. With the knowledge of what Keith had told his parents about the area, Keith's father contacted the sheriff's office, and both he and an officer made their way to the Dardeens' residence. When they arrived, they noticed that Keith's car was gone, yet Elaine's was still in the driveway. Knocking on the door and not getting an answer, officers made their way inside the home and noticed nothing out of place at first. As they began to scan the home room by room, they eventually came across the master bedroom, and to their horror, saw a scene of carnage that no doubt scarred those officers for the rest of their careers. What was seen were the horribly beaten and bloodied bodies of both Elaine and Peter. Some of the injuries that were inflicted, I flat out cannot say on YouTube, but what I can say is that Elaine was bound and gagged with duct tape and had severe injuries to her skull and torso. Peter suffered similar wounds. And if that wasn't bad enough, what officers were able to make out shortly after the initial discovery was that Elaine had apparently been beaten so severely that it forced her into labor, and her daughter was born right there in the bed amongst the chaos that was taking place, and horrifically met with the same fate as her brother and mother. After the shock of what was seen, the house was thoroughly searched, and one thing that was missing that I brushed on minutes ago was both Keith and his car. Police now saw Keith as their primary suspect, and a search was immediately started. His mother's house was raided by police, but Keith was not there. The entire county seemed to be in lockdown with police and investigators searching for Keith. Later in the afternoon, Keith's car was located outside of a police station of all places, with blood covering much of the interior. And shortly after that discovery, a pair of hunters stumbled upon the body of Keith Dardeen. He had been shot 3 times at close range, as well as having his genitals mutilated. The entire Dardeen family had been annihilated, and the aftermath of the crime would send the residents of Ina, Illinois into an almost crazed panic. The effect that this crime had on the locals had almost instant repercussions. Many in the town began to open carry even when simply going to get gas. Students were required to wait in the gym after school for their parents instead of waiting outside. A man who was a neighbor of the Dardeens was under so much stress from what happened that he reportedly didn't sleep for several days and ended up losing 15 pounds from the constant worry. The hysteria that was being displayed was causing not only the town to have difficulty operating from day to day, but law enforcement were also experiencing issues with the case due to the frequent phone calls that they had to report about possible sightings of strange people in the area. Due to this, local police joined forces with the Illinois State Police, and at one point a total of 30 detectives were working on this case full-time. Throughout the initial investigation, over 100 people were interviewed, and police actually arrested one person that they liked for it. However, the man was quickly released as he had an alibi that he could prove. Investigators didn't stop there. Practically everyone that Keith and Elaine worked with were questioned. The family's finances and personal lives were picked apart to see if there was anything that could have been the trigger. But regardless of what was looked into, nothing turned up as a possible motive. Neither Keith nor Elaine were unhappy, neither were having an affair, and their financial problems, while existent, were nothing to lead to a crime such as this. When the home was searched, nothing of note was found, with the exception of a very small amount of marijuana. While investigators wondered if this belonged to the Dardeens, many in the family denied that neither Keith or Elaine smoked. Another troubling fact was that nothing in the house had been taken. Money, jewelry, and electronics that could have easily been stolen were all left in place, eliminating a robbery theory which honestly worried the police even more. That someone or a group of people would inflict this much destruction on a family for the sole purpose of sick enjoyment. There was as well no sign of forced entry, and Elaine herself had not been physically assaulted, so that possible motive was also thrown out. What did stand out, though, was that it was obvious whoever committed this crime didn't feel like they were in a rush. They had taken time to clean up the scene as well as position Elaine, Peter, and Elaine's daughter in the bed. It was later learned that Elaine, Peter, and Elaine's daughter had been dead for around 12 hours. However, Keith had been dead for around 24 to 36 hours. Granted, he was found later in the afternoon, but it leads to a theory that I will come back to in a little bit. So, police were left looking at an incredibly violent attack on this family where nothing was taken. The crime was not financially or sexually motivated, and they knew they had time to clean up the scene. Another thing is that the weapon that was used was a baseball bat that actually belonged to Peter that was a gift from Keith, which tells me that even though Keith had been shot, none of the other family members were, making it seem like whoever was responsible showed up with only a gun, but instead of use that, they decided to take their time with a blunt baseball bat, leading many to feel that what drove this crime was purely for a thrill killing. Sadly, and unbelievably, little progress was made in this case. The mother of Keith, Joanne Dardeen, went to great lengths to get justice for her family and seemed to hit every roadblock imaginable. One being that she attempted to go on the Oprah Winfrey Show, but she was turned down due to the crime being too violent to mention on cable. She also had to sit and watch as more and more detectives were pulled from this case as it grew colder and resources had to be used elsewhere. Joanne was able to get the case covered on America's Most Wanted, but unfortunately, no new leads were formed from this. It shockingly appeared that this case was going to go on without any possible leads being formed. That was until in 2000, when serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells was awaiting trial for the murder of a girl in Texas, that he began confessing to other crimes, one being that he was responsible for the deaths of the Dardeen family. However, as promising as this sounded at first, it quickly became riddled with issues, as you will soon learn. It began with Sells saying that he was train hopping and ended up in Ina. While there, he ran into Keith at a bar, and Keith invited him over for dinner. And while there, made advances on Sells, and he reacted by killing Keith and then the rest of his family due to them being witnesses. The problem with that version of events was that to everyone who knew Keith, he was straight. And while sure, he could have kept that a secret, I highly doubt he would have propositioned Sells in the home where his wife and son were also at. It also doesn't add up that Keith just invited this random man to his home when nights before the crime happened, he refused to let a young woman into his house to use their phone. Sells blamed the violence of the attack on uncontrollable rage. Sells would later change his story, This is a reoccurring theme with him, to him seeing that the Dardeens' home had a for sale sign in front of it, and decided simply that he would wait until night and then murder them. He claimed the reason for doing this was because he wanted to steal their car. But when police questioned on the brutality of the killings, he simply claimed that it was due to them being witnesses. Something that police didn't fully believe, as there were far quicker means to get rid of them rather than taking the approach that he claims he did. The troubling thing, however, with Sells was that he was mentioning information about the crime that wasn't made public, which yes, made him at least a suspect, but with his conflicting and changing stories, as well as including a lot of information that had been made public, made it very hard to determine his guilt. Another problem was that Sells was in Texas, and Texas authorities refused to allow Sells to be transported to Illinois for questioning and seeing how well he actually knew the area. With Texas authorities not willing to allow this, the charges against Sells were never filed.
They are the last images of the Dardeen family.
One sadistic crime Sells confessed to shows the callous, unemotional disregard for human life typical of psychopaths. A 30-year-old mother, 7.5 months pregnant at home with her 3-year-old son, both bludgeoned to death.
What are you thinking and feeling when you kill someone?
It's just like that drug. I'm after that drug again. I don't have an on and off switch. I'm just after that drug. I'm after that feeling.
You could just tell me what happened as you were killing her. Did she give birth to a baby?
You know, you're pushing your luck.
I'm sorry.
Let's not get into blood and guts, because that's what you're trying to get into.
One other detail about Sells that seems suspicious is that he often claimed that he had been provoked during his crimes, making it appear as if he was always the victim and was simply defending himself. Something he did with his recounting of the Dardeen family. Overall, the theory of Sells being the one involved and responsible for the Dardeen crime is enough for some residents around the area of Ina, including law enforcement. Whereas others, including Joanne Dardeen, don't believe Sells to be the one responsible. There, of course, are other theories, ranging from it being a satanic cult to another serial killer named Angel Resendez. But many of those possible theories were eventually dismissed by law enforcement due to a lack of evidence. My own theory on the matter is something I weighed heavily on even including. When you are dealing with a crime this vicious and cruel, adding on top of that it remains unsolved, the last thing that I want to do is insult the families of the victims with some asinine theory. So I will briefly say this. To me, I feel that there were multiple perpetrators involved. I feel Keith was taken out of the home and met with his fate hours before the rest of the family was harmed. I think one person took Keith to the field, while another person watched over the family to make sure that they didn't call the police. I feel that they knew a family was in the home, and they eliminated the male first as he posed the biggest threat. All that was left was a very pregnant Eileen and 3-year-old Peter, which would be why those responsible didn't rush. They had time to do what they wanted and had hours before they needed to leave. I think that it was a surprise attack as well. The fact that no forced entry was made leads me to think that it could have been something as simple as Keith taking out the trash, where he was then ambushed and taken inside the home. Again, I know that I am probably missing details here, but the truth is, with the lack of anything being stolen and no clues left behind, and that the baseball bat that was Peter's was used as the weapon, tells me that even though they clearly had firearms, they instead opted for something that wasn't only more brutal, but was something that couldn't be tied back to them. Regardless of my theory or any other theory on this case, what is known is that on November 7th, 1987, a crime was committed that was so horrible that it seemed to forever alter the town that it happened in. On the last day of 2010, a small item appeared in the obituary column of page A8 of the Longview News Journal in Longview, Texas. It said that memorial services would be held on Monday, January 3rd, 2011, at First Christian Church on 6th Street in Longview for a woman named Lori Erika Ruff. According to the obituary, Ruff had died on Christmas Eve. She was 41 years old and was born in Scottsdale, Arizona, and was survived by her daughter Jessica and her husband, Blake. The article probably didn't attract much notice at the time. In fact, there was an entry right above Lori's about the death of a much older woman who passed away the day after, and even the obituary right next to Lori's was twice as long as hers. But in hindsight, there actually was something worth paying attention to here. Maybe not what was actually in the obituary, but definitely what was left out. You see, the information about the date of Lori's death and the details of her funeral were all correct, and she really did leave behind a husband and daughter. But everything else in that obituary about Lori herself was a lie, and that was just the way Lori wanted it. In the early 2000s, John Blakely Ruff, known to friends and family simply as Blake, was the son of a prosperous East Texas family. His grandparents had gotten rich off of the Texas oil boom in the 1930s, and Blake had it made from day one. He grew up comfortable, went to college, and began working in telecommunications. Then, his twin brother David started attending Bible study at Northwest Bible Church in Dallas, where he met the woman that he would go on to marry. Blake had always been inclined to follow his brother's lead, so he joined the Bible study too. He was shy, and he didn't talk much, but he was kind and took people at their word. So it comes as no shocker that he was very easy to like. Soon enough, he met a tall, pretty brunette who introduced herself as Lori Kennedy, and they began dating. Or, in the church's eyes, courting. Lori was smart, fond of animals, and was deeply devoted to her Christian faith. And as caring and friendly as Lori was, where she could seemingly have a conversation with anyone, no matter the topic, there was something, however, that Lori was very quick to avoid any attention at all on the one thing that she didn't want to discuss, that being her past. Blake's mother, Nancy, once spent an entire afternoon trying to get Lori to open up about who she had been and what she had done before she met Blake, and she didn't get far. According to Lori, her parents were both dead and she had no living siblings, aunts, or uncles. She told Blake that she destroyed all of the old photos of her family because she'd had a bad life. And Blake never asked her what was so bad about it. All he seemed to care about was that Lori was here now, and they were together. When Blake and Lori got engaged, Nancy wanted to put an announcement of it in the local paper, but Lori absolutely refused to allow it. "We can't do things like that," she would say, although it was never clear who the "we" Lori could have been referring to. Less than a year after they had met at Bible study, Blake and Lori slipped away and got a preacher to marry them in a little church outside of Dallas. The preacher was the only guest at that wedding. Blake and Lori eventually bought a house in Leonard, Texas, a town with less than 2,000 residents and more than 100 miles away from the Ruff family home in Longview. Settling into their new home, Blake went out of his way to be friendly to their new neighbors on the one-lane road where they lived. Lori, however, did not. She would be seen walking the perimeter of the property at night, avoiding contact with literally anyone else. She worked as a marketing consultant and a mystery shopper, testing out stores and products and writing reviews. More than anything else, though, Lori wanted to be a mom. After what Blake later described as a lot of trying, several miscarriages, and fertility treatments, she finally gave birth to a baby girl in the summer of 2008. Unsurprisingly, Lori was just as possessive and private about her daughter as she was about anything else. If the baby tried to chew on something, Lori would grab it out of her mouth. She never let her mother-in-law babysit or even left her alone in the room with her daughter. which did make things very awkward, being that Nancy at that point had 9 grandchildren. And as a shock to nobody, Nancy knew how not to only raise kids, but also how to help with things that new parents might not know, such as how to hold their newborn. And yet, whenever help was offered to Lori, she rejected any and all offers of Nancy's help. As private as Lori was with her own life, she seemed to be the complete opposite with Blake's family. She became almost obsessed with the Ruff family history, spending hours mapping out their genealogy and actually tracking down any and all family information. But when the other women in the family gathered in the kitchen during visits to talk and cook and just spend time together, Lori never seemed to want to join them, and she never explained why, not even to Blake. Blake later told a journalist years later, "I'm assuming something really tragic must have happened. Something awful is what it appears to me." Between 2008 and 2010, Lori began to unravel. She withdrew even more from contact with the family, refusing to let her daughter see her grandparents, aunts, uncles, or even cousins. She found faults with everything that they did and never forgot even the smallest slights. Finally, Blake decided that he had had enough, and in the summer of 2010, he moved back in with his parents. Then, he filed for divorce. And that is when Lori really began to fall apart. A neighbor invited her to counseling sessions at his church, where she talked in circles for hours, obsessing over her relationship with Blake. Blake actually came to those counseling sessions as well, and he even brought his brother David along for support. But in the end, they couldn't find a way to save their marriage. In the autumn of 2010, Lori began sending threatening emails to the Ruffs. What was even more concerning was reports from the neighbors, who would describe Lori and her young daughter as frighteningly thin. There was even a disturbance during a custody exchange, and right after that, the Ruffs noticed that one of their house keys had gone missing. And from there, the paranoia only grew. Nancy described hearing the squeak of their backyard gate one morning right before Christmas, when no one was supposed to be out there. The Ruffs got a judge to issue a cease and desist order to Lori, assuming she was the one responsible for these odd occurrences. And that cease and desist letter culminated to the events that happened on December 24th, 2010. Early in the morning, Blake's father, John, went to the garage to get the morning paper. As the door began rolling up, he saw a black Chevy Tahoe idling in the driveway. The Tahoe was easily recognizable as Lori's car. John scrambled back inside and called the police. And when police arrived, they found Lori's body in the Tahoe. She had died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The car contained an 11-page letter addressed to my wonderful husband and another letter addressed to her daughter, to be opened on the girl's 18th birthday. The police report describes the contents of those letters as ramblings from a clearly disturbed person. After the funeral, members of the family drove out to Leonard to dig through the little house and find out what they could about Lori and what she had been hiding for all of those years. They found stacks of dirty dishes and laundry, soiled linens in the baby's bed, and bags of shredded documents. And they found pages and pages of Lori's scrawled notes. It appeared that she would write on whatever was handy, and if there was no blank paper available, she'd simply write over what she had already written. As one family member stated, it was a roadmap to a disintegrating mind. In the closet was a strongbox which for some reason was labeled crafts. In that strongbox, they found a court document from 1988. Someone had changed her name to Lori Erika Kennedy. Before that, she'd been Becky Sue Turner. And finally, it appeared to the family that they had found the key that would unlock Lori or Becky's past. It almost seemed too good to be true. And unfortunately, it was. That was because Becky Sue Turner was dead, but she hadn't died in a driveway in 2010. She'd been born in Bakersfield, California in 1969 and died in a house fire in Washington in 1971. Lori, or whoever she had been, was an identity thief, a walking mystery. A private investigator managed to find bits and pieces of Lori's trail. She'd gotten hold of Becky Sue's California birth certificate in June of 1988, then used it to apply for a state ID card in Idaho. She'd appeared in Dallas in July of 1988 to change her name to Lori Erika Kennedy. She applied for and got a social security number and, in 1989, a Texas driver's license. She qualified for a GED in 1990 and enrolled in a community college. And in 1997, she graduated from the University of Texas at Arlington with a degree in business administration. There were other clues in the strongbox, letters of references from an employer and a landlord who had turned out to not even exist. There was also scribbled contact information for an attorney named Ben Perkins, who had never even heard of or met Lori. Also in the strongbox was a note referencing the North Hollywood police with the words 402 months written on it. There was also information on a mailbox in Boulder City, Nevada that forwarded mail to Dallas under Lori's name. Another thing that was discovered in the lockbox was paperwork that detailed that Lori had gotten breast implants, something that both Blake and essentially everyone else was completely unaware of. But even with all of that information found in that lockbox, none of those clues led anywhere. Becky Sue's surviving family members couldn't help either, as they didn't recognize any photos of Lori. The mystery of who Lori was continued for another 3 years. 3 years filled with doubt, anger, sadness, confusion, and dead ends. In 2013, the Seattle Times ran a feature story on Lori's case. The story profiled a man named Joe Velling, a former Social Security Administration investigator who was looking into the mystery of Lori Erika Ruff in his retirement. Online sleuths picked up the trail and ran with it. They compared Lori's photos to thousands of photos of missing women. They came up with theory after theory and thought that maybe Lori was on the run from the law. Maybe she had escaped an abusive partner. Maybe she had grown up in a cult. None of it, however, connected to the evidence. None of it could be proven. And that is where Colleen Fitzpatrick came in. Colleen Fitzpatrick is one of the pioneers of forensic genealogy. She literally wrote the book on it. If you watch true crime media, you have probably heard her name. She's up there with the likes of John Douglas. And Fitzpatrick had a suggestion for Joe Velling and the Ruff family. Test the DNA of Lori and Blake's daughter and build out a family tree for Jessica until they found a missing woman who could have been Lori. The search turned up a first cousin named Michael Cassidy. Just a name though, and no location. The problem with just having a name is that there are thousands of Michael Cassidys alone in the United States. So Fitzpatrick kept looking. For years, she would periodically check back in on various websites as more people tested their DNA and uploaded their results to comparison sites like GEDmatch or GED Match. And finally, all of that patience paid off when a third cousin appeared. That was enough to build a family tree all the way back to an Irish great-great-grandfather born in 1848. And from there, Fitzpatrick was able to find the right Michael Cassidy who lived near Philadelphia. One of his aunts was Lori's mother. Velling flew to Philadelphia and tracked down one of Michael Cassidy's female relatives at her workplace. He laid out a collection of photos of Lori, ending with her driver's license, and as shock turned to realization, the woman who stood over dozens of pictures and documents revolving around this mysterious woman uttered the words, "My God, that's Kimberly." From there, the story completely unfolded. Lori's birth name had been Kimberly McLean. Her mother, Deanne, was 80 years old when she found out her daughter, who had been missing for 30 years, was dead. Kimberly had been born in 1968. She'd grown up in the Philadelphia suburbs alongside her sister. Deanne had been a stay-at-home mom and married to a James McLean, a carpenter and volunteer firefighter. no one reported any serious problems in Kimberly's childhood until her parents divorced when she was a teenager. After the divorce, Deanne remarried and moved with the girls to Wyncote, Pennsylvania. Kimberly found herself going to a new school, living in a new house, with a new stepfather and new rules. And, unsurprisingly, she didn't like it. In 1986, when she was 18 years old, she moved to King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, and told her mother to not come looking for her. And then, as far as they knew, she vanished. She moved across the country, changed her name twice, and took on a completely different life. One that ended in the Ruff driveway on Christmas Eve, 2010. The big question is why? Because no one seems to know why Kimberly McLean walked away from her life. People who knew her have suggested that she might have ADHD or Tourette syndrome or even an obsessive-compulsive disorder. She could have had a secret lover, or she could have been being abused and was unable to tell anyone. Hell, she could have simply wanted a new life. But ultimately, the only one who does know why she did what she did was Kimberly. It is clear that something was going on inside of her, but we will probably never know what it was. All we know for sure is that her daughter will grow up without her biological mother, and the people who knew and loved her will go on living without any answers. From her actions before her death, how she was obsessed with the Ruff family history, the distance that she kept from everyone, her privacy and distrust for anyone around her daughter, leads me to think that Kimberly was definitely traumatized by something in her past. And while, yeah, we may never know what that trauma was, I feel sorry for her. She was clearly someone who was battling with something that nobody should have to deal with alone. And even though she had numerous options to get help and had a support system around her, that doesn't always mean that problems will magically get fixed overnight, if ever. It does make you wonder, though, how well do you know the people in your life? Sometime around 10 o'clock in the morning on June 20th, 2001, a NASA engineer named Rusty Yates was at work at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, when he got a surprise phone call from his wife, Andrea.
You need to come home.
What's going on?
You need to come home. It's time. I did it.
Rusty wasn't sure what it was, but he had a terrible feeling. He asked Andrea to explain.
It's the children.
Which one?
All of them.
Rusty dropped everything and ran. By the time he pulled up to their small, Spanish-style home at the corner of Beachcomber and Sea Lark in the Clear Lake neighborhood of Houston, the house was already surrounded by police cars and ambulances. The police wouldn't let Rusty in, so he waited with his forehead pressed against a brick wall. When he couldn't hold still any longer, he began pacing outside of the house, peering in the windows, and at one point screaming through the back door, "How could you do this?" Eventually, police led Andrea out in handcuffs. Her stringy brown hair and striped t-shirt were soaked with water. Rusty collapsed on the lawn in a fetal position, pounding the grass with his fist in grief and rage. In the master bedroom at the back of the house, 4 small bodies lay under a sheet on a double bed. The children were face up, fully clothed, and soaking wet, with their eyes wide open. The smallest one, a baby just 6 months old, lay in the arms of her 5-year-old brother. In the bathroom, a 7-year-old boy drifted, face down in a bathtub full of water, beneath a thin layer of feces and vomit, floating on the surface. His eyes, while open, were lifeless. Andrea had called 911 herself. When the police arrived, she told them calmly that she'd murdered her children and expected to be punished. She sat quietly in the back of a squad car as curious neighbors gathered around her house and medical personnel checked the bodies of her children for any sign of life. Anyone who looked at the crime scene could see what had happened, but what no one understood, not even Andrea herself, was why. Andrea Yates was born Andrea Pia Kennedy in Houston in 1964. She was the youngest of 5 children. Her mother was an immigrant from Germany, and her father was the son of immigrants from Ireland. There isn't exactly much known about her childhood, but her friends later reported that she suffered from depression as early as her teenage years, and that she also struggled with bulimia. And by the time that she was 17, she had already spoken to at least one friend about suicide. Despite her troubles, Andrea excelled in high school. She was the captain of the swim team, valedictorian, and a member of the National Honor Society. She went on to study nursing and graduated from the University of Texas Health and Science Center in Houston. After graduation, Andrea worked for several years as a registered nurse at a cancer treatment center in Houston. She met Rusty in the summer of 1989, and the two married in 1993. Rusty and Andrea were devout evangelical Christians, and after their wedding, they announced that they were going to have as many children as God would allow. If you've ever heard of the Quiverful movement, you'll probably recognize those words, and if you haven't, here's a short summary. The Quiverful movement is a set of beliefs within conservative Christianity that opposes the use of birth control and encourages its members to have as many children as they physically can. Quiverful beliefs include ideas like women staying home to care for their many children, preferably by homeschooling them to protect them from any outside influence. Now, I'm not going to wade into religion here. Obviously, people are entitled to their own beliefs, and I don't like to point and laugh at people for how they practice their spirituality. That being said, while it is certainly possible for people to be happy and healthy living this way, there are aspects of the Quiverful lifestyle that can make family dysfunction and mental illness a hell of a lot worse. And for Andrea, it made her an essential ticking time bomb. The first child that was born, Noah Jacob, was born in February of 1994. He would be followed by his brother, John Samuel, in 95, Paul Abraham in 97, and Luke David in 99. After Luke was born, Andrea's depression came roaring back. On June 16, 1999, when Luke was about 4 months old, Rusty found Andrea shaking and chewing on her fingers. The following day, Andrea tried to end her own life by overdosing on pills. She was hospitalized and prescribed antidepressants, but soon after she was released, she found herself holding a knife to her own throat and begging Rusty to let her die. She was again hospitalized, and this time she was prescribed more drugs, including the antipsychotic Haldol. She seemed to improve after that, but in July of 1999, she suffered a nervous breakdown. And by the end of that summer, she would make 2 more suicide attempts and be hospitalized 2 more times. At this point, she was finally diagnosed with postpartum psychosis. If you've been lucky enough never to experience a postpartum psychiatric disorder, the idea that having a baby can somehow break your brain may sound bizarre. In the aftermath of Andrea's arrest, a lot of media coverage focused on her history with postpartum depression and psychosis, usually, and unfortunately, with a skeptical tone. This was the late 90s after all. People assumed that she was just faking or trying to escape punishment by pretending to be mentally ill. But while doctors aren't exactly sure why some people develop a mental illness after giving birth and others don't, they all agree that it does definitely happen. Humans are complicated organisms after all, and growing another human inside of your own body can make dramatic changes to your hormones, immune system, and even your skeleton. The process of giving birth is so hard on a body that for centuries it was the leading cause of death for women. And then, of course, you have a new baby, which means you lose a lot of sleep for months on end while feeding another human from your own body. It's a lot. Any one of those experiences can trigger psychiatric changes, and new parents get them all at once. Andrea had a history of psychiatric problems going back to her teenage years, and now she was going through pregnancy after pregnancy after pregnancy, birth after birth after birth. Andrea's psychiatrist, Dr. Starbranch, met with Rusty and Andrea when they wanted to stop Andrea's medications so she could again get pregnant. However, Dr. Starbranch warned them not to go through with another pregnancy, but they refused to listen. 2 days later, she wrote in her clinical notes,
"Apparently, patient and husband plan to have as many babies as nature will allow. This will surely guarantee future psychotic depression."
Dr. Starbranch discharged Andrea on January 12, 2000. 7 weeks later, Andrea was pregnant with her 5th child, Mary. There are conflicting accounts of who really was behind the decision to have another baby. After the children died, Rusty insisted that he had no idea Andrea's mental state was dangerous, while Andrea's relatives all told a different story. Andrea's brother, Brian, described Rusty saying that all depressed people needed was a swift kick in the pants to motivate them to behave properly. Now, I have my own feelings on that idiotic statement, but the tragic irony here is that Rusty said this the weekend before the drownings. Rusty announced at a family gathering that he would be leaving Andrea alone with the children for an hour each morning and evening to help her become more independent and not rely on Rusty and his mother to care for the children. Andrea's mother said that she reminded Rusty that Andrea had nearly choked baby Mary by trying to feed her solid food. Andrea herself would tell a prison psychiatrist that she told Rusty she was worried about having another child and that Rusty had replied, "The Lord tells us to go forth and multiply. You're a good mother. You can handle more children." Of course, Andrea isn't exactly a reliable narrator and her family aren't exactly neutral observers, so we'll never exactly know who said or did what exactly when. All we do know is that Mary Deborah Yates was born on November 30th, 2000, and she would unfortunately never live to see her first birthday. On the morning of June 20th, 2001, Rusty left for work, leaving Andrea and the children alone in the house. Rusty's mother, Dora, was scheduled to show up and help Andrea with the kids an hour later. However, in that hour, Andrea would go on to kill all 5 of her children. She waited until Rusty was gone to run the water in the bathtub. She drowned 5-year-old John, then 3-year-old Paul, then 2-year-old Luke, and laid them out on her bed. 6-month-old Mary was next, and her body was still floating in the bathtub when 7-year-old Noah came in to ask what was going on. He saw Mary's body and tried to run, but Andrea caught him, and he met with the same fate. She left him floating in the water and laid Mary in John's arms. Then she called 911 and asked over and over for a police officer without explaining why. Once the police were on their way, she called Rusty, which leads us to how this tragic story began. At the trial, Andrea pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Under Texas law, an insanity defense can only be accepted if the defendant did not know right from wrong at the time of the offense. The jury rejected Andrea's insanity defense, and she was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. That conviction, however, was overturned on appeal after it was revealed that Dr. Pork Dietz, a psychiatrist hired by the prosecution, had given a false testimony. Dietz had claimed that an episode of Law & Order had aired shortly before the murders in which a woman who drowned her children claimed insanity in order to get out of a murder conviction. At the time, no such episode had actually existed, and Andrea got a new trial and again pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. This time, the jury sided with her and she was remanded to a psychiatric facility, and as of the writing of this video, she is still being held at Kerrville State Hospital in Kerrville, Texas. After the trials, Rusty seemed to blame everyone but himself for the deaths of his children. He accused Andrea's doctor of not taking her condition seriously, which is fucking laughable given his advice on how you could, and I am doing air quotes here, fix depression. Her health insurer for refusing to pay for adequate care, her antidepressants for triggering her psychosis. He blamed everyone but himself. And while I understand that this man went through something that no parent should ever have to go through, but what I am saying is that there were problems incredibly evident before any of this occurred, and Rusty seemed to completely ignore those concerns. Rusty divorced Andrea in 2005 and remarried a year later. His second wife divorced him in 2015. The closest anyone's ever gotten to an explanation of what was going through Andrea's mind was something that she said to a prison psychiatrist years ago. What was said was equal parts eerie and sad. She told the psychiatrist that she had thought about killing her children for 2 years because her sons were developing in a way that she considered wrong. She was quoted as saying,
"It was the seventh deadly sin. My children weren't righteous, they stumbled because I was evil. The way I was raising them, they could never be saved. They were doomed to perish in the fires of hell."
Andrea was battling her own thoughts to attack her own children, to in a way save them since she felt as though she would be the reason that they would be evil. Words spoken from a cracked mind. A woman who had struggled openly with her depression and seemingly all of her pleas fell on deaf ears. While Andrea acted alone and committed an act that most people would not even fathom doing, it shines a light on a topic that nobody wants to talk about or even notice. Something that can simply be brushed under the rug and covered up with pills, religion, and expectation.
Andrea, can you tell me your full and complete name?
Andrea Yates,
And how old are you?
36,
And what's your home address?
942 Beachcomber, Houston, Texas, 77062.
Okay. And you and I have been talking for a while, right?
Yes,
You understand your rights?
yes,
Okay, I'm going to read them to you again for the purposes of this recording, okay?
okay,
And you have a right to remain silent, not to make any statement at all, and that any statement you make may be used against you and probably will be used against you at your trial. Do you understand that?
yes,
Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. Do you understand that?
yes,
You have a right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Do you understand that?
yes,
If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have a right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Do you understand that?
yes,
And you have a right to terminate this interview at any time. Do you understand that?
yes,
Okay. You've been treated for depression, is that right?
yes.
And who's your current doctor?
Dr. Said,
And the last time you saw him?
two days ago,
Okay. This morning, what time is it that you got out of bed this morning?
about 8:10.
Okay. And who in your household was awake at that time?
My husband, Mary, Luke, and Paul.
Okay. And what time does Rusty leave for work?
He left about 9.
And by the time Rusty left, were all your children awake at that time?
Yes,
Okay. What was going on in the household at that time? Were they eating breakfast?
yes,
Or what?
yes.
What were they having?
Cereal,
Is that what you had as well?
yes,
And Rusty left. You filled the bathtub with water, is that correct?
Yes.
And how many bathtubs are in your home?
One.
Okay. So it's just the master bath, I guess you would call it?
Yes.
Okay, is it a regular sized bathtub or is it a big one?
Regular size.
How far did you fill it?
About 3 inches from the top.
About 3 inches from the top, huh? After you drew the bath water, what was your intent? What were you about to do?
Drown the children.
How often do you think about the uncertainty of life? Maybe you've got things pretty planned out, where you'll go to school, know what kind of career you'll have, and where you'll live. Marriage, kids, all of it pretty much mapped out. And maybe for some of you, your life has so far gone according to your plans. But that doesn't always mean that it's certain. All it takes is one wrong moment for your life to go completely off rails. One driver looking at their phone instead of the road. One breath that pulls a deadly germ into your lungs. A tree limb that breaks as you pass underneath it. Random chances happen to people every day. You can't think about these kinds of things all the time, of course, because, well, you'd go insane. But then you hear a story like Todd Gelb's, and you think about them a little bit more. By all accounts, Todd was a pretty ordinary guy from an outside perspective. In June of 2005, he was 22 years old, and he had a good job working for a lumber distributor in Wyoming, Michigan. He was part of a close-knit, loving family, an avid outdoorsman, and he liked to party. Sometimes a little too hard, but then again, what 22-year-old doesn't? Most around him figured that he would eventually grow out of it with time. Except he wouldn't. On Saturday, June 11th, 2005, at 7:30 p.m., Todd left the apartment he shared with his cousin at 291 Moon Court to meet up with some friends at the Half Moon Bar and Grill in the little village of Cosnovia, Michigan. Cosnovia is a tiny place with only about 300 residents, and from what I found online, the Half Moon is still around today, and it's a popular place for people to stop in for a beer while they're tooling around on their snowmobiles in the winter. But that night, the bar was free of snow, a place to meet friends and grab a few drinks before heading out to keep the good times rolling. Around 9:30, Todd and his friends left for their next destination, a keg party in an apple orchard off White Road. The orchard was just a mile and a half from Todd's apartment, and the party promised to run all night long. What happened next is a bit of a blur, but around 45 minutes after midnight on June 12th, a fight broke out and it looked like the party was about to turn into a full-scale brawl. Fighting while drunk with a bunch of other drunk people wasn't Todd's idea of fun, so he walked away from the orchard and pulled out his cell phone to call his friend who had dropped him off. For some reason, his friend didn't pick up, so Todd left a message saying that he was walking back to his apartment. It shouldn't have taken more than half an hour to get there, but somehow, Todd never made it. Between 12:47 a.m. and 12:57 a.m., Todd made a series of phone calls that can only be described as strange. At one point, he called a friend and said only, "I've had enough." Another call had him saying nothing other than, "I'm in a field," before he was cut off. That friend called him back, but all she heard when the call picked up was a sound she described as either heavy breathing or the rushing of wind past the phone's microphone. Then, the call cut off. If you can't remember the mid-2000s, just know that cell phones at the time were about half the size of a brick, and the audio quality was poor enough that people who wanted to end conversations used to actually blow into the audio pickup to imitate static and then hang up. The noise on Todd's phone could have been just about anything, including the sound of the phone being drunkenly dropped on the ground or being tossed around Todd's pocket. Or Todd himself could have been holding it while walking and not even realize that he was still on a call. When Todd didn't make it home, he was reported missing. And in small town Michigan, a missing person is a big event. More than 1,500 police and civilian volunteers joined in the search for Todd, along with at least one aircraft. They combed through every inch of the orchard and the land around it, including the stretch of road that Todd would have been expected to walk down. They searched the area of the party 3 separate times, and yet they found nothing. 3 weeks later, on July 2nd, 2005, a couple found Todd's body floating in Ovid Hall Lake, 2 miles from his apartment, right in the middle of the search zone. He was near the intersection of Peters and White Road, and he was floating upright, as if he had been standing in the water, with one arm actually resting on the surface and his head resting on his arm. In case you are not aware, most corpses found in water are not found floating completely upright. Anyone who has ever tried to keep their face out of the water in a swimming pool knows that the human body prefers to float horizontally, either face up or face down. But the strangeness of Todd's body didn't end with its position. Todd was fully dressed, with his wallet still in his pocket, almost as if he just hopped into the lake for a swim without being bothered to take off his clothes first. In fact, a police officer actually told Todd's mother at first that this was exactly what had happened, and that Todd had drowned while swimming. But when an autopsy was conducted, no water was found in Todd's lungs. There were no external injuries to suggest Todd had been attacked or had fallen or had even hit his head. His blood alcohol was listed as 0.12, which is definitely drunk enough to fall in a lake, but not drunk enough to drown without inhaling any water. Even so, Todd's death was ruled an accidental drowning due to alcohol intoxication. For a few years, the case simply remained this way, figuring that a man who was drunk drowned in a lake. However, in 2009, a New York forensic pathologist named Dr. Michael Sikorica presented the photos of the crime scene at a conference where he and other forensic pathologists agreed that Todd could not have been dead and in the water for more than 2 to 3 days before he was found. That leaves 18 days unaccounted for. I do need to mention something about Dr. Sikorica. While he is a board-certified forensic pathologist, he's also got some very unusual marks on his record. One of the top results for him on Google is an appearance on the paranormal radio show Coast to Coast AM, and another is an article in a local newspaper about his refusal to get vaccinated during the pandemic. While he might hold some unusual beliefs for a scientist and a public servant, the thing that bothers me is that every account that I could find on his conference presentation neglected to name any other pathologist who agreed with him. So this piece of Todd's story may be on shaky ground. However, Dr. Sikorica isn't the only source on the time gap. In 2019, a film crew from the Oxygen Network interviewed Eric Benbow, a forensic entomologist with Michigan State University, for a TV episode about Todd's case. The crew conducted a series of experiments in which they placed dead pigs wearing clothing similar to Todd's in the exact same lake. Within days, damselflies and other aquatic insects had colonized in the dead pigs, laid eggs, and began breaking down the bodies. Also, a film of algae quickly formed over the dead pigs too. In contrast, Todd's body had very little algae on it and no meaningful signs of any insect activity. Unless there was some type of magical force that kept insects and algae away from Todd while he was in the lake, it can safely be assumed that Todd's body wasn't in the water for the full 3 weeks between the time he went missing and the time his body was discovered. So, what exactly happened to him then? According to Michigan authorities, the death of Todd Gelb comes down to 2 factors: alcohol and water. They say there is no reason to believe that anything happened more sinister than a 22-year-old man getting drunk and stumbling into a lake. Todd's mother, however, has kept the case alive, and there's even a Change.org petition to have it reopened. And it's not just Todd's case that has been bizarre. his afterlife has also been a strange one. The death of Todd Gelb has become something of a magnet for conspiracy theorists. The most prominent explanation is the smiley face killer's theory. According to this explanation, promoted by a couple of retired New York City detectives, there are connections between the drowning deaths of more than 80 people, mostly across the Midwest. Most of the victims were young men who disappeared after a night of drinking and were found in bodies of water. In many of these cases, the investigators found smiley face graffiti near the places where the bodies were found or near where they were believed to have entered the water. This is the theory that got Dr. Sikarica on Coast to Coast AM, and it's the theory that got the Oxygen Network interested enough in Todd's case to make an episode on it. Personally, I have my own feelings on the whole smiley face killer theory, and not just with Todd's case. I've come across it in cases that I've both covered and simply just heard. And while I understand that some people want to find a conclusion to a case like this, I don't see where it adds up. I've come across numerous cases about the smiley face killer where one person who had died versus this case had nothing to do with each other. In some cases I've come across, they weren't even in or near a body of water, and it was questionable if there was even actually smiley face graffiti at the scene. Which leads me to my own problem with that whole theory, being that out of all of the cases I've heard with this supposed smiley face killer, I've only ever seen 3 or 4 pictures of the actual so-called graffiti of the smiley face. Every other case that I've heard that theory mentioned, I've never seen any picture of this so-called smiley face graffiti being the so-called call mark of the so-called killer. So for me, obviously, I take the smiley face killer theory with a lot of skepticism. And it could simply be what the Michigan State Police think it is: a drunk young man wandering around by himself near water. The fact of the matter is, drunk young men wandering around by themselves near water can drown pretty easily without encountering any kind of serial killer. In fact, according to the CDC, about 4,000 people drown accidentally in the United States every year. That's about 11 per day on average. Nearly 80% of those victims are male and among teenagers and adults, and alcohol is associated with about 70% of drowning deaths and drowning-related emergency room visits. As for the graffiti, smiley faces are one of the easiest and most common symbols people draw when you hand them a pen or a spray can. If you go to an area that is covered with graffiti, you will probably find a smiley face somewhere in there. And human brains are wired to look for faces, so much so that we can easily make ourselves see faces in electrical outlets or burnt toast, and even on the surface of Mars. If you are looking for something that looks like a face, odds are that you're probably going to find it. But that doesn't mean that the face is actually there, and it certainly doesn't mean that it was left behind by a serial killer. Fortunately, there are other theories that exist. Fans of David Paulide's Missing 411 series have suggested that Todd's disappearance and death may be connected to the disappearances recounted in Paulide's book. There are even internet users who connect what happened to Todd to old folklore about people being taken away by fairies. But somewhat obviously, none of it is exceptionally convincing. When it comes to boiling down the facts, it's hard to drown without any water in your lungs. Serial killers usually leave marks on a body. And as for the other theories, aliens, fairies, Bigfoot, you can choose the explanation that you would like. None of them are more likely than any of the others. And that's the problem. Something did in fact happen to Todd Gelb in Michigan in 2005. And yet, we still don't know what it was. Which means that we don't know how to prevent it, if at all, from happening to someone else. So, a quick note here before I tell this story. There are several parts to this case that are still developing, and I could honestly make an entire video on Lori Vallow alone. But the amount of information on this case is exhausting. But if enough people are interested, then I have no issue really diving deep into her story. But for time's sake and the other topics with this video, I will only be discussing major points to this case's timeline. I just wanted to let everyone know because the format for this story will be different from my normal videos. What is it about the end of the world? It's a strange obsession, but an incredibly popular one. You wouldn't think people would actually be excited about it. After all, there aren't a lot of happy beliefs about the apocalypse. Most people who think they know how the world is going to end will tell you tales of fire and blood. Yet, every year, thousands of people in the United States alone take part in groups or movements preparing for the end of the world as they know it. Some of them stockpile food, build underground bunkers, load up on ammunition or solar panels, while others pray or give away all of their worldly possessions. And then there's Lori Vallow Daybell. Lori Vallow Daybell was born Lori Noreen Cox in 1973 in Loma Linda, California. At age 19, she married her high school boyfriend, but the marriage ended in divorce soon after. In 1995, she married again, but divorced her second husband a year later. She married her third husband, a man named Joseph Ryan, in 2001, and this marriage lasted all the way until 2004 before the couple broke up. They had a daughter together, and her name was Tylee. In 2005, Lori married her fourth husband, a businessman named Charles Vallow. She brought Tylee with her into her new marriage, and Charles brought both of his children from his own previous relationship. Charles was a lifelong Catholic, but he converted to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints for Lori. In 2014, the couple adopted Charles' great-nephew, an autistic boy named Joshua. The family, and eventually the world, would know the boy as JJ. Lori had an intense relationship with her religious beliefs. She was a devoted Mormon who attended temple services regularly and had iCloud folders filled with religious materials. It was those beliefs that would eventually lead her to cross paths with Chad Daybell of Rexburg, Idaho. Chad was the author of more than 24 self-published books of apocalyptic fiction from a Mormon perspective. He wrote a series called Standing in Holy Places about Mormons facing temptation and doubt as the signs of the end of the world accumulate around them. His website, which is still up to this day, describes the last book in the series as a novel that paints a vivid picture of exciting prophesized events that still must occur before the second coming. If you have an interest in what awaits the members of the LDS Church, this series should definitely be on your reading list. You might think of his work as the LDS version of the Left Behind books from the early 2000s. Lori happened to love Standing in Holy Places, and in 2018, she managed to actually meet Chad at a conference for a group called Preparing a People. The conference was about, preparing for the end of the world, and the two almost immediately began having an affair, claiming that they had been married in a past life. Chad claimed that he had visions of future events, and at some point in the late 2010s, he began telling people that he had a vision that his wife, Tammy, would soon die. Lori and Chad began appearing on religious podcasts together. They talked about what they called zombies, who were people who had died and had their souls replaced with dark spirits. The only way to expel these dark spirits was to bind them and burn their body that they were inhabiting. And around the same time, Lori began to refer to her husband Charles as a demon. In 2019, Charles decided that he had had enough. He filed for divorce and requested a protection order against Lori. He said that she had threatened to murder him and have an angel help her dispose of his body. He told the court that he feared for his life and the lives of their children. The couple separated and Lori took the kids to live in a house in Chandler, Arizona. A few months later, on July 11th in 2019, Charles went to the house to pick JJ up for school, and instead he was shot dead by Lori's brother, Alex Cox. Alex claimed that Lori and Charles had gotten into a fight, and that Charles had hit him on the back of the head with a baseball bat, and that he had only shot Charles to protect Lori. Lori and Tylee backed up his story. 2 months later, in September of 2019, Lori packed up the kids and everything else and moved to an apartment in Rexburg, Idaho. Alex rented an apartment in the same complex. Shortly after they had arrived, the family took a trip to Yellowstone National Park. A photograph was taken that day, and it was dated September 8th, and it shows Tylee holding JJ, while Alex is seen in the background. The picture on screen right now shows 16-year-old Tylee holding JJ, and sadly, it would be the last time Tylee would ever be seen alive again. What's concerning is that very shortly before this trip to Yellowstone took place, Lori told one of her friends, a woman by the name of Melanie Gibb, that Tylee had become a zombie. Knowing what we know is the proper way to dispose of a zombie, we can only imagine the things that Tylee was about to experience. The day after that photo was taken, Alex's cell phone GPS put him in Chad's backyard for an entire 2 hours. That same day, Chad texted his wife Tammy saying, "I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along it. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery." As cryptic and frankly creepy as that text sounds, this case gets even more bizarre. About 2 weeks later, on September 22nd, the last known photo of JJ was taken. He was 7 years old when he vanished. Melanie and her boyfriend were actually visiting Lori and her family at the time, and Melanie later said that she saw Alex carrying JJ out of the apartment. Disturbingly, shortly after this, Lori informed Melanie that JJ had as well become a zombie. I can only imagine the thoughts that run through Melanie's head now, looking back at that scene and knowing what was to become of both Tylee and JJ. The next day, Alex's cell phone returned to Chad's backyard, but it only stayed there for about 17 minutes. Fast forwarding a month later to October 19th of 2019, Tammy Daybell, Chad's wife, was found dead in her bed of what was believed to be natural causes. Chad and his children declined an autopsy, saying that Tammy had been in poor health leading up to her death, and that she had gone to bed with a cough and simply never woke up. 2 weeks later, Lori and Chad got married on a beach in Hawaii. But by the end of that month, JJ's grandmother had requested a welfare check on JJ, and it was at this point that investigators realized that both JJ and Tyler were missing and had been for well over a month, and they launched a nationwide search for the two children. About a month later, in December of 2019, authorities decided to act on their suspicions about Tammy's supposed natural death, and they exhumed her body. Shortly after, on January 25th of 2020, Lori was served with a court order requiring her to produce the missing children. When she didn't, she was arrested on February 20th. For the next few months, seemingly nothing happened and dead ends were met with almost every turn. But on June 9th of 2020, authorities dug up Chad Daybell's backyard, and what they found were the remains of JJ, wrapped in duct tape in a black trash bag, buried under the shade of the tree in the backyard. They found some of Tylee's remains about 50 yards away in the family pet cemetery, exactly where Chad had said that he buried the supposed raccoon. Other parts of Tylee were found in a fire pit. And if it's not obvious enough, no raccoon was ever found. So it goes without saying that Chad's text that he had shot a raccoon, looking back on it in hindsight, he was referring to Tylee. In May of 2021, almost a full year later, Chad and Lori were both charged with the children's deaths, and Chad was charged with Tammy's as well. due to her autopsy showing that she had been asphyxiated. 2 years later, in May of this year, after several delays caused by questions about her mental health, Lori was convicted on all counts, including conspiracy to commit Tammy's murder. On July 31st, 2023, she was sentenced to multiple fixed life terms. The judge made a point of setting her sentences to run consecutively, saying that it was important for her to be punished for each individual death. At that sentencing hearing, Lori actually claimed that her victims had visited her in spirit form and said that Tylee was happy and free now, and that JJ visited her in another form as an adult who was tall and thriving. You can take that however you will. The judge during the trial, Stephen Boyce, was completely unmoved, and he told Lori, "You chose the most evil and destructive path possible. A path that no parent, no mother should ever choose, and I have zero sympathy for you." As of the writing of this video, no trial date for Chad Daybell has been set. It's honestly impossible to say exactly what was going through Lori's mind as she helped to end both of her children's lives. We may never know precisely what happened, especially since Alex died from a blood clot in his lungs in the middle of the investigation. But out of the mountains of testimony and timelines in this case, one thing seems to be clear. Whether they believed in Chad and Lori's apocalypse or not, Charles, Tammy, Tylee, and JJ found their worlds coming to an end in an unexpected and bloody fashion. In 1991, the Whitehall Motel was a shabby strip of rooms by the side of the road in El Dorado, Arkansas. It was the quote-unquote bad side of town, according to the people who lived in the city at the time. The kind of place where you would have trouble sleeping because of the shouts, groans, and occasional screams coming through the paper-thin walls. And on the night of July 10th, there would be more than just screams. That evening, a small blonde woman arrived at the room of a small-time pimp named James McAlphin. The two had been a couple for over a year, even though the woman had frequently found herself in the local emergency room with injuries she said were McAlphin's work. In July of 1991, she had finally left both him and the Whitehall Motel and moved in with a friend. McAlphin had threatened her repeatedly, but after a month apart, she was back with the promise of money. And as the door closed to McAlphin's apartment, moments later, something would happen that would trigger events that would be felt still to this day in the area. Roy Charles Menon lived in the room next to McAlphin. Hearing voices next door, he strolled over to ask McAlphin to return some cassette tapes that he had borrowed. The blonde woman told Menon to talk to McAlphin, and then she tried to leave under the cover of their conversation. She made it as far as the parking lot before McAlphin stormed out after her, grabbed her, and hit her in the face. Menon left in a hurry, back to his own room, and he heard the woman and McAlphin arguing. And then he heard a gunshot. McAlphin ran out of the motel, got into his vehicle, and sped off. This wasn't exactly a case for Sherlock Holmes. Police found the woman dead on the floor from a gunshot wound, and they arrested McAlphin pretty quickly, charging him with first-degree murder and second-degree battery. McAlphin insisted that he hadn't killed the woman, and that he'd only hit her, and that she actually shot herself. He also insisted that he'd identify the dead woman, but only if the police did him a favor. Unsurprisingly, the police declined. After all, how hard could it be to identify one person? The woman's purse contained a social security card and an ID card under the name Cheryl Ann Wick. The photo matched the woman on the motel floor, and after some painstaking research, the cops traced Cheryl back to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where her parents still lived. They called the Wick family to give them the bad news. Cheryl's younger sister was sobbing as she picked up the phone and made her own phone call to the last number that she had for Cheryl. It's not clear why. Maybe she had hoped to hear Cheryl's voice on her answering machine one last time. But something happened that nobody expected. Cheryl picked up the phone. To quote Cheryl, "My sister lived at home and she called me crying," Cheryl told the Huffington Post years later. "The police told my parents that I had gotten murdered and I was like, no, I'm clearly fine." Cheryl had never met the woman who died in El Dorado. She had, however, worked as a stripper for a Minneapolis-based company called Party Time, and she eventually determined that the dead woman had stolen her identification from her wallet while she was working on stage. The internet obviously existed in 1991, but search engines were barely a thing, and most of the world wasn't online yet. So Arkansas detectives had nothing to go on but witness testimony and the contents of the dead woman's purse. They found menus from restaurants in Texas and Virginia, and there was a diary whose entries made references to people named Tyrone and Gail. There was also a Bible inscribed with the names of family members, several of whom had the last name Strode. Any of it could have been hers, and yet any of it could have been stolen. The people who knew the dead woman in Arkansas weren't much help. McAlphin called her Mercedes. The friend that she had moved in with, Andrea Kuski, told investigators that the woman had said that she worked as a stripper and that she had 2 kids that her mother was raising somewhere else. The dead woman had told Andrea that she and her mother didn't get along, but she told other people that she was in the FBI's witness protection program and that her father had been in the mafia, while other people in town had heard that she was connected to a string of bank robberies on the East Coast. She was 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighed 162 pounds at her death. She had scars over her right eye and on the left side of her wrist. And to add even more mystery to this woman, she had a list of different names that she told people was her own, including Cheryl Kaufman, Shannon Wiley, Sharon Wiley, Kelly Lee Carr, and Kelly Carr. Yet none of those seemed to be her actual name. McAlphin's niece called the woman Auntie Cheryl and said that she was very sweet and kind-hearted. She also later said that she didn't bother anybody because she was kind of timid and that it always seemed like she was running from something. The dead woman had definitely moved around. She'd been an exotic dancer in Dallas, Texas and Little Rock, Arkansas, and potentially Minneapolis. She'd told people that she'd robbed truck drivers at truck stops and said that she had actually killed one of them. She volunteered at the Salvation Army in El Dorado, where she told another volunteer that she lived in a shelter in Dallas and that authorities had taken her child from her, a child that she'd never get back because she had been there under a false name. However, this could never be verified since the shelter's records from that time had been destroyed. McAlphin pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. He served 13, and he even offered to tell investigators his victim's real name and story in exchange for $4,000. But he wasn't considered reliable, and no one took him up on his offer, a move that I fully agree with given his history. There wasn't much interest in the case after that. Whoever the woman in the Whitehall Motel had been, she lived a short, violent life, and it seemed like no one would miss her. With her killer already convicted, investigators didn't have much incentive to keep hunting for her name. We like to say that every human life matters, but the murder in the Whitehall Motel was exactly the kind of death that is easy to sweep under the rug. Nobody would care or lose sleep at night if she'd entered eternity as the Dorado Jane Doe. And then again, maybe they would. You see, in 2019, a woman in Alabama uploaded the results of her DNA test to GED Match, or GEDmatch. If you've never heard of GEDmatch, it's a website that actually allows people to compare their DNA profiles they get from a variety of DNA testing services like 23andMe or Ancestry. The original idea behind GEDmatch was to enable people to find relatives even if those relatives hadn't used the same DNA service. The site hit the news and may sound familiar to some of you because it was actually used to build a family tree that identified a retired cop named Joseph D'Angelo, who would be known as the Golden State Killer. Since then, GEDmatch has become a go-to source for law enforcement when they are trying to identify the source of a DNA sample. Captain Catherine Phillips of the El Dorado Police Department was in charge of Dorado Jane Doe's case for more than 10 years. But sometime in late 2018, someone suggested that she send the victim's DNA to a genealogist. The results from the genealogy test identified a woman living in Alabama as Dorado Jane Doe's second cousin. And if you've got enough records, you can usually figure out which second cousin fell off the map in 1991. And in the summer of 2022, forensic analysis Yolanda McClary posted a short essay to her website, and the world found out a lot more than it was expecting about Dorado Jane Doe. And that was that her name was Kelly. Her last name is actually still being withheld to protect her surviving relatives, but what we know was that she was just 23 years old when she died. She was born in Virginia in 1968 to a woman named Brenda. Brenda came from a wealthy family and was married, but her husband, who was in the military, wasn't Kelly's father. The couple separated in 1971 and divorced the following year. 2 months after the divorce was final, Brenda married Kelly's first stepfather, who abused Kelly, Brenda, and Kelly's little sister for 7 years. That marriage ended in 1979. Brenda remarried again, and stepfather number 1 took his own life shortly after that wedding. Kelly was 11 years old when that occurred. From there, Brenda and the family bounced around the region. Brenda moved from man to man and picked up a drug habit. Kelly ended up dropping out of 10th grade and getting a job at 15, selling jewelry at a kiosk at the beach. Things were going great until Brenda stole all of the jewelry and the money, causing Kelly to lose her job. The family moved around a lot, mostly because everyone in the family was working, but Brenda never seemed to have money to pay rent. When she was 16 or 17, Kelly moved from Florida back to her home in Virginia to stay with her aunt. But that arrangement ended quickly when the aunt realized that Kelly was now using drugs as well. Kelly went back to Florida to take care of her mother, whose resume now included writing bad checks, credit card theft, grand larceny, and stealing a rental car. About a year later, when Kelly was 18, she went to rehab and then moved to Texas to stay with a different aunt. When she arrived in Texas, she brought with her a suitcase full of provocative clothing. She began working as a dancer for some time, including before she'd been old enough to do so legally. That's why she stole Cheryl Ann Wick's ID, to pass for an adult and to be able to work in a strip club. Between ages 19 and 20, Kelly lived in Little Rock, Arkansas, but family ties are hard to cut, and she ended up back in Florida again. This time with both her mother and her little sister. That lasted for only a few months. Brenda entered her young daughter into a bikini contest to make some extra cash, and the family broke up yet again. By 1990, Kelly was on the road once more in Norfolk, Virginia and Dallas, Texas. She started keeping menus from her favorite restaurants, places she visited that held happy memories for her, simply because she didn't have much else. And of course, on July 10th, 1991, at age 23, she ended up on the floor of the Whitehall Motel in El Dorado, Arkansas, the city that would give her her new name. Kelly's death wasn't the kind of case that made headlines. Hardly anyone was clamoring to know who the Dorado Jane Doe was. She was just another sex worker, just another addict, just another nobody who couldn't shake a bad relationship. But look a little closer, and you'll see something very different. For all but the last 5 years of her life, Kelly was a child in a terrible situation which she had no hope of escaping. Her mother was an addict and a thief. The closest thing that she had to a father was a string of men who hurt her, left her, or both. The other adults in her life either failed or refused to help her. She probably didn't have much of a choice about becoming an underage sex worker. Underage sex workers seldom do. Almost everything that she did caused people to look down on her. What started as a means to survive ultimately led her down a path very few are able to crawl their way out of. And when she finally managed to escape, to flee the storm of chaos that her entire life so far had been, her flight took her right into the arms of the man who would kill her. She left behind a family who would spend 30 years wondering what happened to their little girl. The thing is, and I'm going off script here because honestly these stories really fill me with a lot of fucking anger. We as a society like to compare our situations to others, and we tell ourselves things such as, at least I'm not like such and such, at least I'm not like so and so. And I myself know several people like that, especially in the town that I grew up in. People who were given zero shot from birth, seen either as a tool or a means to get some type of free income. And it sickens me that human beings are able to treat their own children like that. And regardless, my rant isn't going to change the world, and once this video ends, for most, these words will quickly fade from memory. But for those who this has resonated with, try to help someone if you see them struggling, because you never know. You may be in this exact same situation. People like to talk about making choices. Good choices, bad choices, consequences for their choices, but when it comes down to it, what do you choose when all of your options are bad? Do you really even have a choice if you never had a chance? What happens when your choices run out?